e-commerce app for Hey Genius. The idea of this app is to allow customers to shop whatever he or she likes, as well as let vendors sell his or her products without the need to create their own apps, which usually is very time-consuming and complicated. Hi. Oh, by the way, sir, we have another teammate. His name is Jeffrey Tran. He's just having technical issues with the mic right now.
Okay. Is Lucas in by any chance? Because there is another Lucas Sandra.
Lucas dropped the course near the beginning.
I see. Okay, that's fine. Okay,
yeah.
Fine. Yeah.
But yeah, Jeffrey Tran is just having technical issues with his microphone. That's why.
Sure. Yeah. Whenever he shows up, please let me know to make him.
That's not a problem.
Presenter.
Yeah,
no problem.
Oh yeah. So So vendors sell his or her products without the need to create their own apps, which is usually very time-consuming and complicated. We utilize Flutter as our main programming platform and WooCommerce plugin from WordPress for our backend. The three features we'll be talking about are profiles, cart, and couponing. For profiles, the backbone structure are very similar to each other. However, the so-called add-ons are different for vendors and customers. For example, the customers will be able to have standard features such as adding and removing products, modifying personal details, whereas the vendors have special sections such as viewing an overview of the company's details. Of course, the vendor is still able to modify the personal details and profile and cover page photos. The extra bit is the section which is connected to the backend. Here, the vendor can view his or her company details with visual pleasing graphs. The clients and vendors both have access to immediate customer support service features. The unique feature for the client is the gift card section, where the client can purchase just user-defined amount. And here's the first feature is computer.
Okay.
For the next will be for the feature number 2, which will be card.
Yeah. Can you stop sharing?
Yes.
Okay. For feature 2, basically I have to, for a user will be able to shop through the product page, and they can choose any product, and they could choose an option. For this case, they could choose Samsung Galaxy S20. They could change the quantity here. They'll be able to add to cart, and it will render to the backend, to the website. It will be quantity 2, and if I have to refresh, this takes a little time. And basically, I'm rendering from the website and to this product cart, and user will be able to delete or change quantity here. So say like 3, and it'll change to quantity 3 in the backend. And yeah, that's basically so it'll change to 3. So the user will be able to modify the cart and add to cart or delete it from the cart. So that's basically that for feature 2.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen now to show feature 3. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what I did was the gift card feature. So this allows users to just customize a gift card, choose how much they want to put on there, choose an image to put on the gift card, and choose who to send it to. So let's go with $135 to be the amount for the gift card. And then let's upload an image. We can put any image we want on our gift card. So I'll just take a picture using the camera of the phone. Okay, so let's take a picture of this sofa. Okay. Okay, so we get to see a preview of the image that we want to put on our gift card. And if you don't want to take a picture with your camera, you can select these preset images. Okay, so the recipient name, let's go with Ilya, and let's put in his email. I'll just put in my name, and then message is hello. And then we can see a preview of the gift card with the image that we want to put on it, and the recipient name, who it's from, the amount, and the message. That's the third feature.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm here now, Lear. My mic wasn't working before, but I'm just gonna continue on here.
Cool. Okay. So you Jeffrey?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So let me make you a presenter. One sec.
Oh, he's in the presenter right now.
Oh, you're a presenter. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Go.
Is this screen flickering for everyone, or is it?
It is flickering. Yeah, there is some sort of.
Let me see if we can.
Trouble.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Like no.
Wait, should I share my
The
screen
flickering has
for you?
stopped. So like.
Yeah. So I think Dimitri's next. Is he here?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, my Chrome decided to quit on me.
That's okay. You're still the presenter, Dimitri. So go ahead.
Oh yeah. Okay. So Jeffrey, can you? Who's sharing right now?
Can you guys see it or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Go next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about the technology we used. So the main technology is Android Studio. That was our main IDE where we worked on. The benefits of Android Studio is that it allows us to have the virtual device as an emulator, such as Google Pixel 3, as you saw in the presentation of features. Next. Then we worked on the Flutter. So the Flutter is the UI software development kit. We worked for the Android and iOS platforms at the same time. It's super easy to construct a new application from scratch using Flutter, so it was our best option here. Next. So we also used an e-commerce plugin for WordPress called WooCommerce. It's designed for small to large online merchants that uses WordPress as their backend and the main platform to run their e-commerce applications. We use its API to communicate with the databases in WordPress and WooCommerce, and all backend operations were performed via the plugin. Next. Then our platform that we mostly used was WordPress, which is free and open source content management system that uses PHP and SQL and MySQL. And we used it, like as I said before, we used it as a platform for our application to communicate with the databases and have the databases running. Next.
Yeah, so I'll talk about the system architecture now. So we've seen this before. It's basically a MVC structure that we're all familiar with. And so we used REST API and HTTP request that we've worked on so many times throughout this course. And just to, I guess, run through what you would see, or the flow. As a user, you would work with our app and work with the controllers that we've provided, and they hopefully provide the right HTTP request to the WooCommerce API that Dimitri mentioned before. And this would update the WooCommerce database backend and then make the appropriate changes. And to kind of demonstrate what we've been working with, this is kind of the WordPress-like backend where we see, this is an example of the products that we would see in the backend and what we would update to our app. And then on the left, you see kind of basic HTTP requests that we would call for products. And the right, of course, that's the view. So what you would kind of tamper with to make the changes that you want to change. And yeah, Kevin?
Okay, so throughout the project, we have some challenges we had to face. The very first challenge was that we weren't fully informed about the sprint process, such as like Git usage and how to use Jira. And so we made a mistake, such as not having a proper commit message to Git and not making an individual pull request. So after receiving a mark deduction in sprint 1, we revisited our sprint process and fixed our problems based on the feedback. And the next challenge was that we had underestimation of the time needed for the backend. Since it was our first time working with the WordPress and WooCommerce, we had to research deeply how both are connected to the Flutter. And due to this, we pushed more work into the sprint 4 and failed to balance the amount of work between sprints. And these were the major challenges we faced during the project, and that's it. And lastly, our team will be gladly taking any questions that you guys might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Very cool. So please, guys, go ahead. Ask questions. So there is a question on the chat from Arsh. Okay, so do you think your current solution is easily scalable? If not, what do you work on to make it more scalable? Very good question.
No, I mean, I can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty scalable because everything is connected. Like the structure of the whole front end would be tied up to only one piece of program, which would control all of the sub pages in the application. So if we want to create another application or extend it more, it would be very easily done. Regarding the product edition, it's also very easy because everything is connected to the backend. Backend communicates with the front end really easily too. So if you want to do something on the front end, add or create a new product or buy product, you just do that on the application and via vendor page, and it's going to appear in the backend. So I'm pretty sure it's scalable very easily.
Go ahead, more questions.
Yeah, I have a question actually. It's more about your team communication and processes. So like, I'm sure, I don't know how many of you guys are friends or how many of you guys know each other from before, but I'm just curious, and when you guys had sort of disagreements, or if you guys ever had situations on disagreements, like when it comes to using like a technical, like a technology, or like you guys disagreed on like a pull request. Can you guys tell us a situation like that, and like how did you guys like end up handling that?
Yeah. So the only thing I can think of that we had disputes about was kind of just how the whole UI would flow, kind of, and like the color decisions. And how we solved it was just to make a group vote and majority wins. And that's what happened. But we were pretty good in terms of teamwork, in terms of agreeing like what we wanted in terms of the app.
Cool,
Also,
awesome.
like,
Thanks for that.
oh,
Yeah.
okay, my bad.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, it's just like if we do, when we do have questions or like conflicts, we tend to just take some time of our person and just discuss it out to see like what each member's thoughts and what they would like to incorporate, so that we always have a compromise rather than just focus on what one person will want.
Awesome. Yeah, there's another question in the chat from Saeed from Build Tracker. So they asked, what made you decide to go with the WordPress as the backend platform? What would you say were some advantages of using WordPress over some other alternatives?
Well, I mean, we decided to use WordPress because it was given to us by the client. It was client's requirement to build our platform and build our application on the WordPress. At this point, like WordPress is a pretty scalable platform. That's one big advantage. Personally, I don't know any other platform that would be such such scalability in terms of plugins. We could use different plugins to install immediately on our platform and then communicate via API with that plugin to extend the functionality of the application. Yeah, so that's one of the biggest. This is the biggest advantage of the WordPress over any other alternative.
Very nice. So please make some noise for the team. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, so the CSC301 Dalmatians.
Hello?
Hi. Yeah, we quickly moving people to the presentation stage. Just one sec. Okay, so like many of you are already presenters right now. Okay. Olasoko as well. Just give me a sec. Yeah, continue, guys. I don't see one of the members. Last name is Olasomo, I think.
Yeah, something came up.
Oluvatomiwa Olasoko. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, so the rest of you, like Mark, Rayon, Miguel, and Yen, you are all presenters, guys. Please go ahead, take the stage.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, your voice is very low though. You probably want to raise the volume a little bit.
There's a percent.
Is your product owner around? Like,
Yeah, he's present here. Yes.
Yeah.
excellent, excellent.
I'm here, man. Yes.
Good, 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 good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good. Glad to see you here. So go ahead, guys. Sorry.
So we are the CSC301 Dalmatians, and our project was the eHealth access. We worked with them and we did the Medinova search engine. So the project basically was just sorry. We had to make a search engine that would search through a product monograph, and that product monograph was specific to a certain drug, and that drug was prescribed to patients. And the whole purpose of our search engine was that for patients who are at home and unable to, you know, they don't have quick access to their pharmacist, they can just type in a question into the search engine. It will search the product monograph and give them an appropriate answer. And this involved both front end and back end development.
Okay. So one of the notable features, well, actually, just one part of it was the front end development. It was full stack, so you know, a key feature of it was the front end chat interface that was meant for the user to have convenience when interacting with the search engine. It is composed of everything you see there, which is mostly the search bar. There are two. One is integrated into the main document of the page, and one is integrated into the chat bar for convenience. There is a significance to both of them that I will later explain. Other than that, there's the buttons there. You can see there's a send button, an email button, both of which I will explain as well later on, as well as a little minimize button there in the top right corner. There is some nice branding there with the Medinova and very excellent colors. So in terms of the in-depth review, which is why I said I would explain them all in a moment, I really hope you guys can hear me right now, but let's keep going, assuming you can. So there are two search bars that I mentioned. There is the initial and the integrated search bar. Both of them function the same way, except the way that this works is that the chat box is not on the page when you first visit a medical document. Instead, you have to use the initial page integrated search bar to ask a question to the search engine, and then it appears. So yeah, other than that, both search bars function normally. We have the email functionality, which is the little cute envelope button there. It will send a copy of your current session of chat. So if you need a reminder of, hey, what is the food that I've taken, it will send an email to you. Look at this. You had a chat already. This is what it said. So along with that, there's a couple front-end CSS stuff in the text bubbles there. Makes it look very nice, makes it look very presentable and very comforting. As I mentioned earlier, there's a little minimize button in the little X there. You can also pop it back up by using the page integrated search bar that I mentioned earlier. So you hide it and you show it as needed. Now, in the demo that hopefully you will be able to show you later, there is responsive design with it because not everyone viewing it will have access to a computer. Maybe you're viewing it on a laptop or some smaller screen device, like I don't know, a phone maybe, so the screen will be smaller. Other than that, most of the appearance is meant to be something familiar. It's meant to be intuitive. There are very little instructions in actually operating it because it is meant to be as blunt as possible. It is meant for you to understand what to do, and is meant to be very familiar, very intuitive. So that is hopefully a quick rundown. And yeah.
One of our major features is the search algorithm. As stated before, the purpose of the algorithm is to answer simple medical questions. The responses for the questions are formatted to be similar to human responses. If a question cannot be answered, the algorithm will tell the user to contact their pharmacist. The way the algorithm works is by finding keywords from the user's question that will be compared to keywords found in the product monograph sheet for the prescription. Sentences that contain or are related to the keyword are extracted from the monograph to narrow down the search. Next, we organize the question into 3 different categories. True or false questions like, can I take this with food? Quantitative questions like, how many tablets should I take? And lastly, use questions, which are questions about how the medication is used. Answer-based questions, based on the answer of the set keywords for the true or false questions. They can be ascertained headers for specific questions like dosage and for use. The formatting for the questions are based on category and keywords. We attempt, as mentioned before, we attempt to formulate an answer in the most human-like way possible. For example, when we ask, "Can I take this for food?" the algorithm will reply, "Yes, we can." This is handled in different ways for many different questions. The search removes any words that may or may not be included in a typical response. So like, for example, in the product monograph sheet, there would be a whole bunch of information after food, so that our algorithm cuts that out. It also handles inputs that may not be grammatically correct, so that for ease of use. The search algorithm is written to be expanded upon, allowing the incorporation of different monographs and unique products. In an event where more direct questions is needed, and more direct questions that need it to be handled in a different fashion appears, the code can be adapted. Likewise, a new category with different keywords can be created to help manage new questions not previously handled.
Okay, for our last feature, wait, you guys can hear me, right? Just
Yeah.
making sure. Okay. For the last feature, we have the email transcript, which was done by Tamewa. Okay, for the overview, it was to develop a feature allowing patients to receive the whole transcript of their conversation with the MetaNova chatbot to their specified email under their user. So we formatted the email to resemble the chat style. So the process of getting the email was to obtain the user's email address. The user has to be logged in to use MetaNova. So we obtain the email address of the current user's account, and then we would format the email body, which we format it to look like the chat so that the user could read it easier. And then we would send the email. We would create a MetaNova email account to serve as a sender and handle cases where the email cannot be successfully sent. For the style, the email sender was written as a class so it could be reused in the future as part of other features. And here is the demo of the features. So here is the basic page, and there is the initial question search bar. So when you type in a question that cannot be answered, it has a default answer of please contact your pharmacist. And with the scrolling, you could see that the chatbot is sticky to the page, so it always remains top right. So for this demo, we chose the question, can I take with food, to make it short, and the answer for this product monograph would be true, so it would be formatted as yes, you can. Now it is demoing the minimize feature, in which if we ask it another question, it'll pop back up with the history still shown there. And for this feature, it's adaptive screen size. So if the screen size cannot fit the chat box, it'll adapt to the bottom of the page. And then this is the email feature. And I sent another question because I wanted to display that even if the question is not grammatically correct, it could still answer. Okay, for the team process, for the communications we set up, we mostly use Discord as the communication tool between our team members. However, for meetings and communication with our project owner, we use Slack for text message and Zoom, which held our weekly meetings to update the project owner. For our process, we incorporated spikes to research the project requirements and the code, the new languages that we were using. And also user stories were developed as we researched more and as the product owner put in inputs or requests for the chatbot styling or different algorithms. For the standards, our team upheld a standard of mandatory meetings between ourselves, as long as and the meetings were updated if members cannot be present. And also we were to update the progress to the other team members of what was being done by ourselves every couple days or week. For the techniques we split our team into front-end and back-end developers to help progress with the code. We stuck with the CRC card so the code could be easily interpreted and implemented into other systems. And we also use Mockito to test code that was reliant upon unfinished user stories. So for the individual contributions, I myself worked on the back-end search algorithm. I worked with Ray, but for my part, I did formatting answers and getting answers from the list of sentences that contain the keywords.
Tomei was not here, but he was in charge of the email system. He was the one who made sure that the email worked. He got the mail and allowed us to send it. And
I was in charge of most of the front end stuff, so the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript, PHP, that kind of stuff. I was in charge of most of it. So yeah, that was my contribution.
And I was in charge of making sure like it could all come together. I helped set up the plugin and bringing in the features that were back end and front end. I made sure that they all fit together. And for our system architecture, I'll be quick because of the time. We decided to choose a 3-tiered architecture. At first, we were considering MVC, but we realized that the view never really needs to come into contact with the model. And so because of that, it would have made a lot more sense to just do a 3-tiered architecture. And because of that, it actually helped us with productivity because we were able to split it up into a team that worked on the front end and a team that worked into the back end. And it really did help speed things up. And as for technologies and challenges, this project involved us learning a lot of new languages, most notably PHP. And although it's not really a language, WordPress was a new tool for a lot of us. It has a lot of nuances that you have to deal with, and it was a challenge learning all the ways the plugins works and the way it uses jQueries and especially its Ajax. That was unique to say the least. And we had to use a FTP protocol because if you there was a file manager plugin, but if there was any error with the PHP, the whole site would crash. So we had to also learn file transfer protocol, like how to use it. And there was, as you saw, there was a lot of CSS styling and HTML involved. And yeah, we had to use Ajax to keep communication between PHP and JavaScript.
I saw the first question that was asked there from Arsh, and if my team members don't mind, I can give my own perspective on it. In terms of working with a client and stifling like creativity or whatever, I actually didn't think so. I think if anything, it really helped because having another perspective that wasn't on the team really helped, drive us to do better, gave us more views on it. So I thought it actually helped us a lot. It was great having a client and not just working by ourselves. So yeah.
Yeah, and to add on to that, it was really cool to kind of feel like we were part of a legitimate project. Like I don't know about my teammates, but when you do a project for yourself, that's still really cool in its own right. But I think it's a different experience, and like, you learn different things from just working to a project that you didn't come up with yourself. I think it was really fun.
Okay, for the next question is what features did you guys have to run a spike for, and how many spikes did you guys run per sprint? We ran a spike at the beginning of the semester to help us understand, because we knew what we had to do, but the coding languages and WordPress plugins we didn't understand yet. So we ran a spike for that one, and later on we ran a spike for the answering a question, doing the search algorithm, because we couldn't figure out a way to actually incorporate an AI, so we had to build up a regex, sort of, to help us. Those were the only two spikes that were declared, but during our sprints, we kept learning new features, new implementations, stuff that made our coding faster, learned how to do PHP in a more effective manner.
I could answer the next one from Giselle.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So from the Dream Team, in terms of deciding member roles, we discussed it like as soon as we made our team, we were like, what skill sets do we each have? And it turns out only two of us were familiar with working with like PHP and JavaScript. So we went for front-end development, and then the other three people, they were already familiar somewhat with other stuff. So they did the back-end stuff, and whenever we needed to come together, we would just help each other with whatever it is. So really, it's just what skill sets we had already to simplify things. So yeah, that's how we decided on role.
If I could do the next question. If we had more time, I think if we had more time, it would have been more design choices rather than like how it looked or the features. I mean, I'm sure we could have come up with more features because as you progress in development, it comes to you. But I think it was we could have probably maybe tried to make it more efficient, the search algorithm and the way everything tied together. I think that's what we would have done if we had more time.
I can answer Saeed's question from CSC301 Final Project.
Actually, sorry, it's already 10:20. I'm sorry to cut you guys off for this, but everyone's asking great questions, and you guys did a really great job on your presentation. I don't know if you guys saw the thank you message from your product owner.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so
really
much.
awesome.
We loved working with you too. It was great.
Yeah.
Really awesome job, everyone. But yeah, awesome. Thanks for the presentation. But 317, Thinkalir. But if you guys get ready for the next presentation. Anyways, thank you.
Make some noise. Make some noise, everybody. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
Thank you, everyone, for
317,
listening.
Thank you.
Making new presenters meanwhile. Lang Chin, or Kevin Lang, I mean, like, doesn't seem to be in yet, but the rest are being made presenters. Okay, so there seemed to be like one person not present yet. Kevin, is Kevin still member of the group, or he probably dropped the course or something, or no? Like, Hello, guys.
Wait, sorry,
301.
who is missing?
Kevin, let me get his full name. Okay, so it's Kevin Lang Chin, or simply Lang Chin. I don't know.
Oh, I think
maybe
he's here.
I'm mispronouncing the name, probably.
Oh, I see them in the chat in the participants
Oh,
list.
okay, so
Yeah, he's
maybe
right
just-
here.
Yeah, now I see. Okay, sorry. Maybe I missed the person. Okay, so Lang, you are a presenter as well, and I think everybody is a presenter right now from the team, so feel free to take the stage and yeah, good luck.
Hello.
We can hear you very well. Go ahead. Good luck.
Okay. Hello everyone. We are team 3007. Our project is the MCSS website. MCSS stands for Mathematics, Computer Science, and Statistics Society, and it's a platform for the MCSS team to publish news and activities, and for students to learn about the latest news and activities of the MCS Club. There are also additional resource and course recommendations for the first-year students who are interested in this field. So next, Wendajo, can you bring us a short demo about the project? Yeah, sure. Just let me share my screen first. Just a second. Can you guys see the page right now? Okay, so here I will bring a little demo about our project. Some of our significant features we have is first, the dark mode, where you can switch the theme color for all the pages. Go through some pages right now. It's persistent. And the second highlight feature we have is this MailChimp system, where you can just enter your email to automatic subscription. Here I already create this email for our MailChimp. I'll change it to a new email right here. Random name, step, subscribe, confirm. And see you already subscribe successfully to the our MailChimp system. So go back to our page, not this one. Oh, just a second. Did you guys see the MailChimp page?
No, it didn't. I think you're only
Okay.
sharing this specific pages now.
Yeah, okay. Some technical problems, sorry. Okay, can you guys see it now? Okay, I'll show you again. Subscribe. Into a new email. First name, last name. Subscribe. Then here, you can see it's subscribe the MailChimp system successfully. Go back to our main page. You can sign in as an administrator. So our third highlight feature is where you can create a post, some event title with the event time, some descriptions. Hi. And here you can upload an image of something.
kind of. Okay, let me pick image. Host. Okay, so here's my course calendar, and you can see it's posted on the main web page. The main web page will show the most recent posts you have. Here's our calendar where you can see all the event posted on specific timeline. And the other page is like regular information. I'm not gonna demonstrate it right now. And that's our 3 highlight significant features and our website. Thank you. The next one, we're gonna introduce our process of the whole project. So Percy will take the lead first.
Hello. So we are going to introduce ourselves right now. So hello everyone. My name is Sichuan Liu, and most of my work are building the backend system like login and register, and writing some API to handle requests.
Okay, so my name is Wen Tao, and what I did for this project is I create the other club, the web page, and also the the executive team web page, and also the create post button you just saw, where you can create a post and then store it to the database where other page can access to the database to read the new post and events.
Hello, my name is Lang Ching. I'm responsible for some front-end web development and user UI design, such as light and dark mode switch, and some new pieces of pages, such as the programs page, which have some suggestion for the course provided by the MCS department.
Hello, I'm Alex, and I've done the about page right now that's currently shown on screen, the footer at the bottom of every page, which links to the MCSS social medias. I've also created the events page, where basically it will just show all the events posted by an executive, with the newest one added being at the top. And I've also added the MailChimp integration, where on our page it mainly just shows the subscription box, but most of the work was done on the MailChimp website.
Hi, my name is Yichen. For my part, I'm responsible for calendar and useful information page. For calendar, it can display all events in a time frame.
My name is Yeling, and I'm mainly working on the academic resource page, which lists out the useful academic resource for students to improve their study.
Hi, my name is Juan, and my job is to create a program page, and which is a page provides some course-related suggestion to MCS students. And at the same time, I'm also responsible for the post on the main page.
So I like to talk about some difficulties we faced. So the biggest difficulties we face is when we working together as a team. Some of our team members are living in different time zone, so meeting schedule is difficult to coordinate. And some of us are facing internet issues they sometimes have to use VPN for better connection, but VPN is not always reliable.
So for the standard that work well for our team is we holding the weekly meeting to ensure everyone's following the latest version, and we make decision together. And for the useful technique, GitHub is one of the useful technique that work well for us, which we can pulling the latest version and work as a team and doing our part.
So for the software architecture, we had basically a sort of MVC model. The main components, the main software and languages that we've used are Node.js, which was responsible for providing the environment to build the software, which is the foundation. We used MongoDB as our database for storing event posts and the accounts created by the users, including the executive account, which is the only account that has the ability to create posts. We've used React as the front end. So all of the front end things were built with React, and Express for the REST API. So for all the different pages and different calls, and to link everything together, we use these requests, and so we had a separate action class that will basically handle all of the logic of getting the database, connecting the database into the front end.
For the technologies and difficulties part, so first we use the React language to build our website, which is a very powerful front-end JavaScript library. React provides us a lot of essential building and import frameworks or library. One of them we used is called Material UI. It helps us a lot when facing some UI designs, since there are a lot of provided APIs. We can just import it and adjust it to our need and integrate it to our project. However, React is a really new language to some of our team members. While other languages, unlike other languages we familiar with, such as HTML and CSS, React sometimes is more tricky and may have different syntax. And when things come to such as state or life cycle in React, this may cause us a little headache. Also, we use MongoDB. Again, unlike normal SQL database, we have to also treat it differently.
So now our presentation is over. If you guys have any questions, please ask in the chat.
Yeah, I have a question. With the technologies that you guys mentioned, like React and Node, did any of you guys have experience with those technologies before, or if not, like how was the learning curve when it came to each of you trying to learn those technologies?
Some of us, I think two or three of us have done CSC309 before, so we had some experience with React and Node.js. But since the other half of the group weren't really familiar with it, we had to, the first few sprints were much harder because there was a lot of explaining and letting them understand like how the whole thing works.
Cool, awesome. There are a few questions from the chat. First one is from Javen from the Dream Team. They asked, did your team use any platform to hold your meetings? And if so, what platform did you use and why?
For our meetings, we held them all on Discord, and we didn't use a very specific platform. What was the toughest feature to implement? We would say probably just the event posts and the accounts, since those were linked to the backend and the database. There was a lot of there was a long process to connect everything together so that everything worked perfectly together at the end.
Yeah, I guess we can move on to the next question from Team CSC301 Final Project. Does your product have any security features for member logins? If so, what security measures did you take? Oh wait, no, sorry, did I skip a question? Oh yeah, I did skip a question. Sorry, Ryan. So sorry,
Yeah,
let's answer this question.
For image sizes, we have a maximum display image so that even if an image is too large, it will be forcefully truncated to the maximum size, so it doesn't take up the entire page. For security, the passwords of every account when they're created will be hashed. So basically, even if the database is breached, the passwords will still be safe. Specific reason to use MongoDB instead of SQL. MongoDB, some of us used MongoDB and CSC309, so we're a bit more familiar with it. That's why we used MongoDB instead of other type of databases. I think that's all the questions so far.
Yeah, there was one more question.
VPNs. I'll let the group members that had to use VPNs to answer that one.
Yeah, for the VPNs issue, when we want to connect to the database, if we open the VPN, we cannot connect to the database when we build a project. Yeah.
Awesome. It's 10:40. If no one has any more questions, just want to thank you guys for your presentation. Awesome job, guys. Let's give I don't know, what does the lyric say? Let's make some noise.
Yeah, make some noise, please. Lots of noise. Great website. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so
Thank you.
team is what is the next team? Maypass. Okay. Okay, so does May refer to the month of May or to the adverb May? I'm not sure. Okay. So guys, I'm making you presenters right now, so prepare to take the stage. So the last person to find is Cheyenne. So let me find Cheyenne. Okay, Cheyenne, you are a presenter as well. So like everybody is a presenter right now. So take the stage, please. And good luck.
Hello, can everyone hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. All right, perfect. Okay.
We need one more person.
Oh, we need one more.
Yeah.
Yeah, AJ is still a
Yeah, can you
participant.
move me into presenters, please?
Oh, okay.
AJ is still a participant, so like, could one of the
Yeah,
TAs, the
Akshitesh Mishra,
prof,
can you move me to presenters?
Yes.
Alright,
Okay, there we go.
There he goes. Yeah, thank you. Okay, can we get started?
Please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. All right, great.
All right.
Start.
Good luck.
All right. Hello everyone. This is Team Maypass, and we are presenting our app UF Talk to you. So what is UF Talk? And before answering that question, I would like you to take a look at these Reddit posts. We typically see these Reddit posts like on a daily basis about people complaining how they feel alone or they feel lonely at UFT. And so UF Talk is essentially a social networking app that allows you to match with people that share the same preferences in categories such as movies, games, music, and humor as well. It is inspired by the sort of annual Aphrodite project that happens in various universities, where people essentially match other people based on like some survey results. And we wanted to essentially formalize that and turn it into a concrete app that they can use. However, this isn't only like focused on like that sort of dating aspect. It's more focused towards just making new friends, meeting new people, and just forming like study groups as well. So to talk a bit about like our competitors are like Discord, Instagram, Facebook, and Tinder. And mainly our differences from Discord, Instagram, and Facebook is that these essentially have these group chatting functionalities and chatting functionalities, but however, they don't really offer that matching algorithm and that ability to just automatically match and meet new people. Essentially, our app does that, and that's why our app stands different from these. And also, Tinder has like a sort of more general criteria matching. However, our app can do more specific matching in certain categories, such as like I mentioned, music, games, humor, and movies as well. And so by that refined matching, you can meet people with specific tastes in those categories. And also, our app stands out from all these apps mainly in the focus that we only focus on UFT students, and we essentially give that more dedicated and a personalized experience for UFT students. And so that's why our app is different from these competitors.
All right, so I'm gonna go through a demo of our website from the registration page. So as we can see here, I have my registration page when I log in, when I go into the site. I can enter my email, which is gonna be exclusively a UFT email. I'm gonna enter my username, password accordingly. And oops, I made a mistake over there with my passwords.
Your screen share is frozen.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, it's
okay.
very slow.
I think it's back, but it's like frozen. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so can everyone see the verification code page right now?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, so I submitted so as you can see, I sent a verification code here. I received it and I'm gonna submit it now. Now I have entered a survey, which I can enter. I can take a look at all these questions, which are based on my categories, and enter my answers. So I'm just gonna go default just for time purposes. So as we can see, I have different types of questions over here. And I'm gonna submit from the last page over here. And now I have a meme page. So this is kind of where we judge our humor abilities or like different types of interests in jokes or stuff like that. I'm gonna go default options here as well, but as you can see, we can select different options. All right, and I'm submitting now, and it's taken me to my profile page here. My profile page here, as you can see, I can update my bio accordingly. I can change my match similarity preferences. So if I want someone more similar to me, or if I don't really care that much. All right, now I'm going to go into the matches page. And right over here, I can see a list of my matches and groups that I can enter as well according to my matches. And I can filter them accordingly as well over movies, games, and different types of categories. So I have Sharvin over here. I can see his page. I can see his artists. Again.
Yeah, just pause for a second. I think the stream needs to catch up.
Okay. Okay.
It's like frozen.
Let me know when you guys.
Maybe Sharvin, you share your screen.
Okay.
It's good now. It's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see my
Can you
profile
see
now. If
the
that's
chart?
yeah. Hmm.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so I clicked on Sharvin's page. I saw his profile. I liked his profile, so I can click on the say hi button. Now I'm in a chat with him, and he can message me live over here. And I think
Send
he's
you
on
a
the other
message
side,
right
so he
now.
can message me. Yeah, there you go. He's on the other side. I can also see my groups here. I can create a group with him. I'll call it Maypass. All right, now we're in the group chat, me and Sharvin, and then some other people can join the group chat as well after they see that we are matched with them. Like AJ has also joined this group chat, and Sharvin is also in the group chat. And we can see the members, and Cheyenne's also in the group chat. So yeah, that is our demo, and I can log out accordingly. There we go. I'm gonna go back to the presentation now. Let me know when you guys can see the screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, so now that you've seen our app, we pretty much just want to introduce ourselves to you. So I'll go first. I'm Nev, and I worked on the front end. So I designed the login page, the registration page, and the matches page, and I did a lot of the UI and design. So like picking the color scheme and the fonts and designing the buttons, stuff like that.
Hi, I'm AJ. So I worked on the matching algorithm, integrating MongoDB with our app, and building the backend logic.
Yaman, I worked on various aspects of the front end throughout the app. I implemented the blocking feature as well as the Spotify API integration within the app.
Hi, I'm Pranshu, and I worked on the private and group chat functionality, primarily focusing on the backend.
Hi, my name's Abe. I worked on the K-means matching algorithm, the Spotify API integration, which you saw on the profiles page, and I worked on creating the backend logic.
Hey guys, my name is Cheyenne. I worked on the front end team, specifically designing the chat front end page.
And hey guys, I'm Sharvin, and I specifically worked on the matching algorithm with Abe and AJ, and also I worked on the backend authentication logic as well as the general backend guidelines and framework. Oh, I think Pranchu stopped sharing.
The slides
Yeah.
disappeared.
Hi, Sharvin. Maybe you share instead.
Okay, sure.
What the heck? Okay, I guess, yeah. I don't know why I did that, but.
It's okay.
Technical difficulties, it's fine.
It's part of the experience.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay,
Yeah, we see
cool.
it.
All right, next slide.
So you guys have seen our app, you've seen what it's about, and you've seen why we made it, but I want to take a little moment to talk about the behind the scenes of the app. I'm sure as members of CSC301, you can all understand that a group of 5 to 7 people coming together to work on an app is not as trivial as you may think. So it's really important to stay organized and have a plan. So to do that, in order to achieve that, at the beginning of the semester, we created a Discord server, as you can see. We had a bunch of channels, we shared like our schedules, our contact details, and we would meet up like every other day of the week just to talk about our plans and just to stay organized. So we also had our own Google Drive where we would collaborate together to work on deliverables. Like every spring, how we'd have to submit the documents. We'd use Google Drive to work on those together. And as you can also see, we have a bunch of Jira templates and just a bunch of like pull request templates. So just to stay consistent. So that's a little bit of our process. Yep.
So just a bit about our standards, conventions, and techniques. So we would often divide into subgroups to make working with others a little bit more manageable on specific front-end tasks and things along those lines. We tried to account for schedules, although luckily for a lot of things, our schedules were fairly aligned because we had similar courses. We tried to ensure a variety of tasks for everybody so that they weren't working on the same thing. And then obviously we used GitHub to have a shared code base, and then tried to implement documentation for anything we wrote so that it's easy to build upon in the future.
Okay, so we had like as any group, we had some team difficulties along the way. So one of the couple of the main issues are as following. So we had some scheduling problems, of course. Like for some meetings, some members couldn't make it, and so we fixed this by pretty much just having a person that's responsible for just catching up everybody else who didn't attend the meetings. We also had some issues with meeting efficiency and length, where our meetings would just get really long. So basically, we would try and do some of the work before our meeting. So during the meeting, we could pretty much just talk about any issues we had. We also had problems with just general confusion about what we needed to do for the project and what we need to do for some of the docs. And so we pretty much just fixed this by asking our mentor TA, John, to attend some of our meetings and help us out with some of that. So yeah, and another problem was large story sizes. Some of our stories would just get really, really big. And so we fixed this by pretty much just having a specific meeting before each sprint to split up our story sizes and make all of our tasks as atomic as possible.
All right, so I'm going to talk about the software architecture. We chose a simple 3-tier architecture. Our presentation layer is made of HTML, Vanilla JS, and Bootstrap CSS. Our application layer is Python with these libraries included, and our database layer is MongoDB. Next slide. So for our presentation layer, we used Vanilla.js, HTML, and as I said, Bootstrap. So Bootstrap's responsible for the nav bar that you saw and the fancy buttons. It made our process significantly faster since a lot of those features are pre-built. Next slide. So the meat of our application is in Python, which is where our backend. So Flask is how we serve HTML to the users. Socket.io is for our real-time features. And for matching, it's a data science application. So we use sklearn in order to get k-means algorithm to work, and we use NumPy for all of our vectors. Next slide. And finally, our data layer. So we're using MongoDB. So we have 4 collections, one for authenticating user, rooms is the chat rooms, Spotify is Spotify data that we pull from the API. You saw this on Shrevin's profile. And user stores everyone's user preferences and the match allocation. Next slide. So this is a very brief, high-level overview. So front end is the HTML that you as a user would be interacting with. So that talks to app.py, which is the API we've built. Then we have 3 objects, matcher, communication handle, authenticator. They handle as their namesakes do. And all of them talk to Mongo driver, which is basically a DAO, which you'll remember was very similar to the one from assignment 2.
Now we'll be discussing the technical challenges. So the first one being whether or not we use React or Bootstrap. Obviously, we wanted to use React because it has much more applicable features. But since we had a very busy schedule this semester, we decided to go with Bootstrap because we were somewhat familiar with it and the learning curve wasn't as significant. Our second major technical challenge was the matching algorithm choice. So we went to go with the k-means matching algorithm, mainly because we needed something that was unsupervised, as our labels were not defined beforehand. Another challenge that we had to face was the API integration. Spotify API gave us a lot of authentication issues, which we had to sort out throughout multiple sprints. And finally, which website we use to host, because a lot of free websites don't really have the best features, and they are very slow when they host websites. Like Heroku, as you saw in the demo, was really, really slow, which hindered our demo. If you go to the next slide. So here are some of the highlight software techniques that we used. So we used a k-means algorithm, which is basically just an unsupervised machine learning algorithm that recognizes patterns in your data without specific labels beforehand. And it creates clusters based on these features. So we also use the observer design pattern, which we're all familiar with from CSC301H5. And then we used Jinja, which is just a Python framework, which we use to connect the application layer to the presentation layer. And that concludes the main part of our presentation. Now we can move on to questions.
Okay, so Basil from Build Tracker, why did we pick k-means? So we picked k-means for one because it's a very lightweight algorithm. that doesn't require things like a big matrix to store everyone's variance like GMM, Word, and other unsupervised learning techniques, provided from sklearn didn't have the behavior we wanted for clustering. So k-means was the obvious choice because of those two reasons.
Hey, Tomiwa from 301 Dalmatians. Did you ever get confusing? Did it ever get confusing working with so many technologies at once? How did you handle that? Actually, what we did was essentially we used a fully homogeneous Python backend, and pretty much we only worked with Python, mainly because everyone at this point in our group had an expertise in Python, and so we did have like various sort of libraries that we had to learn within Python, but our expertise in just generally using Python really helped, and we were able to like push through and easily do that.
Also, we did have hard division of labor. For example, Pranchu worked on chatting, so he's the one working with Socket.io, and he never needed to touch any of the machine learning frameworks. So we only had to do what we were specialized in. From Team 301-7, what technology did you use for verification of the email? I'll let Sharvin handle that. It was a Python library.
Right. So there is a standard Python library called smtplib, and essentially that allows you to send autonomous emails just purely through a Python script. Also, like we just used a regular Gmail account for like sending out the emails. We didn't have like an actual UFT account. But essentially, there's some settings within the Gmail account that you can use to generate app passwords that allow like specific apps to send out these automated emails. And so that's essentially like we just used a Python library for sending out emails.
Hello, Giselle from Dream Team. How did you deal with decision conflicts? We didn't really have that many because our meetings were very long, so we could talk out any kinks in the plan. And a lot of us are just really chill. We weren't, my way or the highway kind of people.
Yeah, we were all on board pretty much the entire time. So, yeah.
Juan from TAs, how do you guys consider moving this app to mobile? So we didn't build reactive UI in it yet, but we could easily do that by just altering the HTML page, adding meta tags to make sure that it fits to the width of the device. So it's not the most impossible thing to do. It's just not something we focused on because it's minimal viable product. We could also make this a PWA because we do meet most of the requirements in terms of speed and portability.
Right, and also to add on to that, we were thinking about exploring some other technologies like Flutter and to create like an actual like cell phone app, but like at the same time, it was like it wasn't really within our time frame to pursue it.
George from Weeds, if you were to change something about how your architecture is set up, what would it be? I don't really find any problems with how we set it up. It's very modular. We rarely even got Git merge conflicts with the way we built it, and everyone understands their part. So I don't have to bug fix Pranchu's or Sharvin's part, and they never need to bug fix my part. And I think this modular approach really worked out.
And Shailan
sorry,
from philosophy. Oh, okay.
We gotta cut it off. It's 11. I know the next group is already set as presenters. Anyways, thank you guys so much for your awesome presentation. That was really awesome. Great job. Everyone, give a round of applause in the chat.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make some noise. Make lots of noise now. Really great presentation, guys. Thank you very much. Okay, so next group, prepare to take the stage. You've been made into presenters.
All right, we're just getting set up real quick. There we go. Everyone is a presenter. Okay.
I hope so, yeah.
Yep, we're all good. Okay, hopefully everyone can see the screen.
Yep.
All right, cool. Then let's go ahead and get started. All right, let's go.
All right, so hey guys, so we are the Build Tracker team, and this project was done by a group of 6: me, Derek, Nabil, Naral, Arshan, Basil. So I'll start off by introducing myself. So my name is Siraj Mohammed, and I worked on different parts of the front end, most notably the profile page, helping out a bit in the dashboard. I also worked on user authentication for the login feature, and forgot password and private routes.
Hi, I'm Derek, and I worked mainly on front end. I've also worked on some bits of the back end, and mostly my contributions are the landing page and also the bills compare features.
Hey guys, my name is Nabil. I mainly worked on the My Bills page, worked on some edit and delete features and connecting those bills to the backend database.
Hi, my name is Niril, and I mostly worked on the backend portion of our project. So all the data models and the express routes, I helped create that.
Hi, my name is Arsh. I mainly worked on the front end, specifically the dashboard.
Hey, my name is Basil, and I worked on the front end for the landing page, the registration verification, and also the UI design and color scheme.
So now we're going to talk about the problem that we wanted to fix. So we tried to fix the difficulty of just keeping track of your bills, paying them on time, and sometimes it's hard to keep track of other financial tasks. So we wanted to create an app to keep track of all of these. So about our product, the primary purpose of Bill Tracker application is to develop and centralize it around financial tasks of individuals. So these tasks could range from basic accounting to spending habits and other bills that you may have to pay monthly or yearly. Some of the additional features that we have are some budgeting options, hopefully in the future, and some future spending predictions, as well as comparing bills with other users and some alternative current buying options. So software, we just wanted to help users manage their day-to-day finances.
So for our software architecture, we use the MEC design pattern. So the front end being the view, the controller being the backend server, and the model as the database. Front end was mostly made in React, and each of the pages was built as its own React component that the user would interact with. As for the controller, which was built using Node.js, we had separate layers for each of the major API services, like the verification layer, profile layer, etc. So each layer would have its own REST API endpoints that would interact with the model. So the controller would know what the user would want from the view, and then it would just go through that layer's API endpoints. And finally, for the model, it was just a MongoDB database that stored all our important information that would interact with our controller.
So now I want to touch upon some of the pain in this development process. And for the first part, we would talk about the Jira and GitHub, because oftentimes within our group we would mess up setting up the Jira sprints or tasks, and in the GitHub portion we would sometimes have merge conflicts or accidents, and it would take a lot of time to fix them. Other than this, our main problems came from our lack of familiarity with the web stack. So learning React and other aspects of web development, as well as MongoDB, took a bit of time, and as a result, this really slowed down our process. Now, if you look at the graph on the right, that's our sprint velocity, and you can kind of tell that there's no sprint velocity. It's just a really big dip at the end. So this is a result of our group members basically either not pushing as they go along, or just doing all the work at the end, and that is not a really good model in the development process. So it's something that we tried to fix, but so later in the development process it improved a bit, but as you can see, this is still a problem that we faced. So other than that, other problems would be making sure everyone's time aligned for constant meetings and stand-ups, because we all have to be together to make those decisions.
So now let's talk about some of the technology we used and why we used it. So in our front end, we use React, and what React did is it allowed us to display our components onto the screen and helped making components interact with each other. Another front end technology we use is Material UI. So any of the login forms that you'll see, or the navigation bar, the graphs, they're all created using Material UI. And we chose Material UI because it had clean and simple components that worked really well with React. We also use JSON Web Token for the authentication. So if a user was not authenticated, they'd be limited to seeing certain views, like the landing page or the login page. But if a user was authenticated, they would be able to see our actual product, and the information on the screen would display that user's personal information. And for the backend, we use Node.js to run JavaScript on the backend side. We use Express.js to create routes, which helped us communicate between the front end and the backend. And once again, we use JSON Web Token, which helped with user authentication. So users could only access certain parts of our backend only if they were authenticated. And our database of choice was MongoDB because it was simple and it made it easy to store all our data.
Alright, so our development process. We used GitHub to host our code, and we used Git for version control. We used Jira to keep track of our user stories and our issues. And we used Discord to host all our meetings and communicate with each other. So to work on our deliverables, we use different online tools such as Google Docs and Draw.io. These programs are really good because they let us work together collectively and we could see each other's work. We also use these to do our sprint retrospectives, sprint planning meeting logs, and different other deliverables. So for team standards and techniques, we like to meet up at a specified time, so this way there would be no issues with anyone's schedules. We like to have more meetings in the last week of the sprint, just because there's more to talk about. Most people were finishing up their user stories at this time, so a lot of people were asking each other for help and for feedback. For Git commit messages, we prefix all our commits with the build number and a short message, and this made it easy to keep track of what everyone was committing.
And now on to the demo. So is everyone able to see the screen?
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So first thing you'll notice is we already have our application up on a website, so you guys can actually come and visit it already. But just keep in mind that it's a work in progress. We're still trying to develop it. If you scroll down or hit the About page, you can see, just get a quick idea of what our app is about. And over here we have the registration. So I've already registered an account, but basically what should happen when you click this sign up button is you're going to be sent an email to verify your account. You just click on this email and it'll take you to a page on our website, and that will verify your account, and then you can just go to the login page. So one thing I want to mention is that there's also a forgot password button. So if you forget your password already, you can just send yourself an email and you'll get a reset link. It'll take you to a page where you can set your new password and confirm it. And yeah, that will update it. And let's go back to login. So I've already created an account and verified it. So I'm going to log in. But if you didn't already verify your account, then what would happen when you try to click login is it just simply won't allow you to get into the actual app. So let's go ahead and try to click login. So as you can see, since I mentioned that my account was already verified, it allowed me to come into the app, and now we're brought to the dashboard. So the dashboard is one of our main features. It's right here. We have a quick overview of just the bills that we're tracking. So over here, you can see the total number of bills that you're tracking, some reviews that you've already written, and the upcoming bills for the week. So you can just get an idea of what you have to pay. And then if you scroll down here, you have all these charts. Now these charts are a summary of your expected monthly total. on the left. So this pie chart is saying here we have we're going to be paying $123 expected for this month, and on the right we have this line graph that just says it just gives your expenses for the last 6 months. So you'd see everything that you've paid for. Now our next feature is the My Bills page. Now this page is where you can actually add your bills and start tracking them. So over here you can see that we've already added one bill for Rogers, and it's a phone bill. So let's try and edit that. If we set it to say $100 in a month, let's pick some day of the month, say the 10th, and save that. You can see that when we go back into the dashboard, it is correctly updated. So we have our expected monthly total is now $100. And yeah. So back onto the My Bills page, if we try and add a bill, so I'm going to try and add a bill for the company Bell. Say the bill amount is 50, and let's say it is for internet. Then when we save it, we see that it's successfully added to the My Bills page, and let's hop back into the dashboard to make sure that everything is added correctly. So yeah, you can see the total bills is incremented, and we have that since I added the bill to be due on the 13th, that's within a week, so it's displayed on this component over here. And yeah, you can also see that the expected total is now 150, and you can even see on the pie graph the categories separated out, so you can see specifically what categories are, say, taking the most or are the most expensive. And let's just try to delete this bill real quick and hop back in. And yeah, everything is updated correctly. So now let's go into the last feature, or the last main feature, which is the compare bills page. So this is where users can actually add their reviews to bills on, for certain companies and compare them with other people. So you can kind of get an idea of, what is the best bill for my company or my category for, let's say, internet. So let's just go and try to add a review for the internet bills. And for internet, I believe I was with the company Bell. So let's go ahead and try and add a review. So I'm just gonna say I had bad service with the company or with Bell. So we'll give them 1 star, for example, and submit that. And now to check all the reviews under a certain company, you just click on reviews, and you can just scroll down to the bottom, and you'll see that the review is added over here. Now let's just click cancel and exit out of here. So yeah, the 3 main features are the dashboard, My Bills page, where you can track your bills, and the compare bills page. And also over here, this is the last thing I want to mention, the profile page is where you can edit certain information and even change your password, or if you want to delete your account. Let's just log out. And yep, so that is it for the demo. Let's get back into here. So yeah, are there any questions? Let's just take a look at the chat.
Yes, so I have
look in
one.
the chat and answer. Yeah.
I have one question. Henry from the JournPad team. I didn't catch that from your presentation. What did you use like for hosting and deploying? I saw you also have like a custom URL for your website. What did you use for that?
Yeah, I can answer that. So for the hosting, we hosted the front end using GitHub Pages, and the backend server was hosted on Heroku. So for the domain name, we used Namecheap to get the free domain through. It was only free if you had used GitHub Pages for our front end. So yeah, we got the domain from that, and the Heroku was just the free dyno that we got, and front end, as I mentioned, was GitHub Pages.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I have another question. My name is Ayub from the JournPad team as well. Is there like any things you could do to potentially like scale the application?
At the moment, we currently we haven't thought about all that scaling currently at the like right now, because we are currently only using one dyno, like the free dyno. So I'm not sure how to exactly go about scaling the entire application at the moment, because we still have a lot of features that we would like to first implement before maybe having a lot of different users using it currently?
Yeah, we could also try to look for better plans or better providers, and yeah, that would be a potential solution.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a question in the chat from Yichen from Team 3017. They're asking, what technology do you guys use to draw your graphs?
We use chart.js to draw our graphs.
I believe we also have some kind of Google Graphs library in React.
Cool. So there's another question from AJ from Maypass. They're asking, what is your security strategy when it comes to storing user information?
So for security, we are hashing the passwords when you're storing them into the database. We're also using, so as we mentioned, JWT web tokens or JWT tokens, and those are used for just authorization of users. So if they try to log into the website and they're not authorized, JWT will compare the tokens and make sure that it's correct before trying to allow them to actually get into the app. So that makes sure that only authorized users are allowed to check their own information for bills. And there's also the verification that we mentioned. So if you're creating an account for the first time, you get an email that gives you a verification link, and only then can you actually get into the app.
Cool. I actually had a
Hope that
question
answers. Yep.
for myself. So now that your website is live, essentially it's open to the public, have you guys considered writing, I guess, functional tests to sort of test security issues, like testing your endpoints to ensure that JWT does work, rather than having one person on your team be like, yeah, I think our security works?
Yeah, so that is a consideration, but we would be looking to do that in the future. But for now, all we've done to actually test that our JWT tokens are working is just trying to create accounts and multiple different accounts and trying to log in with them. Accounts that weren't verified and yeah, just checking like that, I guess.
Cool. Jerry from the TAs. I was wondering why a customer would want to use Bill Tracker over, something established like Mint. What does your app provide that others don't?
So one thing that our app provides that others don't is the compare bills page. So on that page, you can actually check, well, what we're planning on doing is having sort of an aggregation of all the reviews. So say the average score of some certain bill for under some certain company is, say, lower or higher than the one that you're currently on. You could make a decision as to whether you want to leave or, go for another bill. So that's something that I noticed other applications don't have.
Awesome. It is now 11:20, so we're going to call up questions from here. Anyways, thank you guys so much for a really awesome presentation and demo. Really great job, guys, on your final project. Really hope you guys kind of move it forward, because it seems like you guys have it public and everything. But anyways, just give if everyone could give like a round of applause. Leader's not here right now, so I'll just say make some noise in memory of him. Don't worry, he'll be back at 1 p.m.
Of course, and thank you.
And just for the next group, we are going to be preparing the next presenters. So just hold on just a moment.
So up next, we've got philosophy of CSC301.
Yeah, just 1 second, Jerry. We got to make them, we got to find the group members in the chat and make them presenters.
Oh yeah, let me help out with that.
Yeah.
So are only 4 members? Okay, cool. And I think all of you guys are presenters now, so you can just start it.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm Mateen Hitter when you're ready.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Mateen, and I'll be introducing our product. Our product is a complete small business management software. It allows the owner to control all aspects of his business. They can keep track of inventory, sales, employee pay, expenses. It has a POS system or point of sale system for making sales, and some more features. The reason we wanted to make this product is that we noticed that many small business owners don't really have a product that fits their needs exactly. They want something that's hassle-free with easy-to-use features, easy UI, and notice most of our competitors, such as mainly QuickBooks and Xero, they're too complicated and they offer too many features that just make it so that you don't know really what you want to do. So we wanted to make something that was just easy to use and simple. And so we saw an opportunity. We decided it was a good idea to fill it in. And now we'll do the tech demo.
Yeah, we didn't actually have slides, so I'm just going to share my screen here and just let me know if you can see it. Just give me a yes in the chat if you can see it or not. All good? Okay. I'm going to do the live demo. My name is Daniel. This is obviously a placeholder name. So I'm just going to show that the login here works and that it's not actually fodder. It does actually check against the backend. I'm going to log in with an admin account here to show the dashboard. Don't be scared. Yeah, it's a little bit nasty. So this is probably a pretty good time to mention that we initially had 7 group members, and so we kind of were really ambitious in what we wanted to get done. And so now it's whittled down to 4 members, and so a lot of the features that we had initially planned for were not implemented or were like half implemented. But nonetheless, let's get into it. So the 3 main features that we have are the payroll. So this would allow you to see your employees, to search them by name, like for example, test employer like Dan. It would allow you to check how much they're paid, so like maybe like a typical CEO and like a minimum wage worker, and then you would do like the modify. So you can modify their rate, their hours, their overtime, and it modifies in real time, and it does go to the backend, right? Besides the payroll, we also have the schedule, which allows you to add shifts, vacations, and of course the sick days. We kind of prioritize it working over it looking good, so it does look really bad, and it's not great to enter stuff, but it does work. So, okay, yeah, an error there. So let's actually add a shift on the 5th of January from like 10 to 12. So let's take a look. So January on the 5th, and it is there. So it does work, but it's not great with these. They're kind of a little bit annoying, yeah. So that's the second feature. Then the last one is the inventory. So it does seem similar to payroll, but it does have some extra features. You can, of course, search as usual. You can delete products. So if I wanted to delete this random product that I don't like, it just gets rid of it. If I wanted to, of course, modify, this is always present. And now you can, of course, add products. So if I wanted to add, for example, I don't know, oranges as a food, like 10 of them cost $5, and let's say stock threshold is 20. So let's save that. The last thing is, of course, you can of course filter the stock if it's low. So for example, if the quantity is below the stock threshold, then it'll stay. But for example, with honey, it's quantity is 10 and stock threshold is only 5, so it's going to be filtered out, right? And if you saw the app alert that we actually got when we entered when we logged in, that was an app alert to basically tell us that we really need to restock these apples, these jeans, and all these bananas. Besides that, there's no real other features, but if we log out and we enter an employee account, just to show that the dashboards are going to look a little bit different because obviously you're an employee. The features are relatively the same though per employee and per the admin account. So that's it for the live demo. Now we'll go into the introduction of who did what, essentially. So I'm just going to start off. My name is Daniel. I worked on, yeah, sorry about that. I worked on the backend with Django, creating the foundational code for that. I worked on setting up the Postgres database. I worked on the front end Vuex, so basically storing like stuff on the front end. Basically, jack of all trades, master of none. And now we're going to go onto Mateen.
Hi. So the main idea of the project was mine, and a lot of core concepts that we wanted to have in a project were partly mine. And as far as the software side, I did some of the search features, especially the filtering, just low stock. And now we're going to go on to Shaylin.
Hi, I'm Shaylin. So most of the work that I contributed to the team was the preliminary setup of the front end at the beginning of the project, such as the login page. And I also had a hand in the creation of the schedule page and the setup with the calendar system. And another thing that I did was I added the ability to modify your inventory stock and prices, and I did the in-app threshold alert notifications. And I'll hand it to Adrian.
I'm Adrian, and I mostly worked on inventory and payroll. I did the search feature on those two tabs and some of the UI, as well as adding, deleting products, and modifying employee salaries.
Okay, now we'll highlight some of the processes we used. We did most of this. We mostly communicated through Discord. We would message each other quickly, and we just get up and maintain our branches. We would schedule meetings around 7 o'clock, which was good for everyone. And as far as standards go, we just made sure that the code we wrote was easy for everyone else to understand. And I think most of us could go through the code and understand pretty much all of it as needed. So that was our main thing. We just made sure the code was well commented and easy to use.
Yeah, so let's go into the main problems that we face working on this project. So obviously it doesn't look great. Besides our group members dropping, the main difficulty that we faced was that initially everyone in the group came in with only the knowledge from the first two, from basically only understanding Python, Java, and some C. So no one really knew about Django, Vue.js, how to connect the two. So it was definitely incredibly difficult doing all the research, how to set everything up, how to estimate stories. So it was incredibly tough trying to really understand like how to start the project and how to start connecting everything together. And that wasn't only a problem in the beginning, it was kind of a problem throughout the entire term. So it was definitely tough, but we learned a lot from it. And the second main problem that we faced was that in sprint 1, we initially decided to split up the front-end work and the front-end work amongst like 3 people of the group, and then so we split up the front-end work and we split up the back-end work, but we realized that in sprint 2 that was kind of unfair to most people. So we decided to have kind of everyone merge and work on the front end and on the back end. And this made it so that it was incredibly slow throughout sprint 2, and it was really inefficient, and it made it really tough because people had to research the front end, they had to kind of see code that they've never seen before, and they had no real clue how to go about all of that. So it was a huge problem short term, but the good thing is that long term it was really useful, because kind of going into sprint 3, sprint 4, it really helped out a lot if people knew what was happening front end and how it sort of integrates into the entire program. So it was really a bad thing short term that really maybe could have been avoided and maybe could have been done a lot cleaner, but long term it helped out a lot. So that was one of the difficulties and also one of the efficiencies. So going past that, let's go into the software architecture. There's not a huge amount to show here. Just let me know if you see this on my screen.
Yeah, we can
Yep,
see
I
it.
can see.
I think it should be, yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot to show in terms of the actual architecture. The tech stack is essentially Vue.js. That's for the styling, the JavaScript, the HTML, all the CSS. So it handles all of that. Then if like any buttons are pressed or anything like that, we have the get and the post requests that go to the controller, which is essentially just Django. Django controls all of that. It speaks to Postgres, so it might get like the for example session IDs or any of that, and then Django will communicate back to Vue.js through again get and post requests, and then it updates it. So that's the high level diagram. If we want to look at the low level diagram, it's kind of nasty, so I'd rather not go over it, but if questions are asked, we can always refer to it. Besides that, I'm just going to go over like some interesting technical challenges that we had. The biggest ones were Django migrations. So this sounds kind of stupid if you've ever worked with Django before, but we really didn't know how to work with migrations, if we should pull them from the GitHub, if we should push them, if we should ignore them. And we had these huge problems where we would pull the migrations and then you'd have the new migrations and the old ones, and you'd have to delete all of them. You'd have to drop the entire database. Then you'd have to migrate. It was just, yeah, it was really annoying. And so that was definitely one of the challenges. And then in terms of front end, we had some problems with storing variables with Vue.js. It's actually kind of difficult, even though it seems like it wouldn't be. It is. Like, it's not very intuitive. So we had to, halfway through the semester, kind of like refactor all of the code in the front end so it would be able to globally store and like access variables. So it was very, very much a pain. So I think that'll be it. So I think we can take any questions now. And just piling in, holy moly.
Guess I'll just read it out for them. So Dimitri from Illyria's Angel says, are there any security measures to protect the database and application?
I can answer that. So if what you mean is like when you log in, then there are actually cookies that are present that, so there's, for example, a CSRF token. If you mean in terms of the actual database and application, Django does a pretty good job of inherently doing that, but there isn't anything that we explicitly implemented to directly secure it besides what it already does. And then I think someone else asked, what determines whether someone can sign up as an exec user or as an employee? Is there a relationship between the two? Do employees work for specific execs? So this was planned to be implemented as one of the features here. I'll just show. This is up here. This was planned to be over here in user management. So the way that it would work is you would be able to like initially sign up as the owner, and then you could, for example, specifically designate a person, whether they are an employee, whether they're blah, 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 etc. But it didn't actually get to go through. So yeah. So if there's any more questions, I think that's it. Yeah, no
I guess
problem.
I had a question about permissions because I have the displeasure of working with Django on a daily
Oh
basis.
boy.
So, right off the bat, Django has model level permissions. Did you also add feature permissions to ensure certain users couldn't access certain content?
So the thing that happened was that initially when we started working on this, I kind of made a custom user manager, and that sort of featured permissions partially. So if we want to actually, if we want to take a look at the back end, there are permissions, and I kind of did mess around with them, but like I said, it would have been in the user management, but that never really went through. So there's no like real direct thing that we did with the permissions that would change that. So like when you actually log in as an employee, this doesn't really have to do with the permissions. It just checks against the backend if this person's an admin or not. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. I'm hoping.
Yeah, kinda. Got a question from George. How did having group members drop the course affect the scope of the project?
Yeah, so initially the plan was, I'm just going to log in just to showcase what the initial scope was. The initial scope was that, like Martin said, it would be an accounting software that you'd be able to have like a checkout, an inventory, right, all this stuff. So when people started dropping, it sort of made it so that like half of the project couldn't be implemented, and the scope, it kind of like people started dropping in a timeline that we couldn't completely change the scope, but we also couldn't complete everything that we wanted to. So it made it very difficult to try to push through with what we originally planned out. So that's why half of the stuff is not, it's kind of not even there, yeah. And I mean, yeah.
No worries. I think your team did a great job given the circumstances.
Hey, thanks so much.
Awesome. So
I
we're
guess that'll
coming up
be it if
on,
there's no more questions, yeah.
yeah. So we're coming up on 11:40. So could the next group start preparing? Oh, also it would be helpful if the next group could post the names of everyone in their team so we can give you guys presenters. Oh, unless we've already started doing that. Good job, TAs.
All right.
All right. Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, we can
Cool.
see the slides as well.
All right. So it's too early to be up. For our project, we decided to create JournPad, and basically what it is, it's an online journaling app where users can write entries and keep track of the progress. We wanted this to be a user-friendly app, so it would be easy for people to use who had limited tech experience, but also complicated or enough or advanced enough that people who were I'm just gonna wait for that to resolve itself. Sorry. Just close it and reopen it. Oh, it's because his internet isn't working, is it? Hello, Will?
No worries. It wouldn't be a live demo if nothing wrong didn't happen, right?
All right, Will, does it work now? I can hear. Okay, cool. I'll start over. So our project is JournPad. Our project is called JournPad. It's an online journaling app where users can write entries and keep track of their progress. We want it to be a user-friendly app that would be easy enough to use for people with limited tech experience, but also advanced enough that committed writers could benefit from its advanced features. What makes JournPad unique is that it keeps users on track by encouraging them to set a writing goal and allowing them to see how often they've met this goal. So my personal experience with like someone who uses journaling apps is that often I just like stop doing it because I'm busy or like I don't want to do it, and then after you've stopped, it becomes really hard to start again. So our goal for this one is just to keep you on track so that you always consistently write. We also have tags to allow users to organize their entries. We have dark mode for users who like to write at night, and password encryption for a secure experience.
We can't hear you, Will. Try to reset your mic. Oh. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. He's reconnecting, I think.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I don't know why my PC is acting up all of a sudden. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So before we dive deeper, let us talk a little bit about our team, in particular about how we operated throughout the development phase. So we use Discord as our main medium for communication. All of our sprint meeting, bug reports, and progress are reported there. We had two main weekly meetings for the purpose of doing the actual sprint material, while the stand-ups are meant to keep us informed about the progress of individual members. We use Jira as the main medium for task completion tracking. Jira is also what we use to help us plan our next sprint, wrapping up a sprint and keep us updated on how we should plan the next sprint. We use GitHub to facilitate a Scrum workflow. We maintain team standards with descriptive commit message that describes the additional functionality that the commit is doing, and having a dedicated pull request person to review and approve the commit before merging. Due to the nature of our project being a web app, we decided to split the team up into dedicated front ends, back ends, and full stack developers, each responsible for their side of the web app, not excluding reviewing pull requests and merging changes when approved. Because the developmental process was during an active semester, one of the main challenges was to account for other course commitments, and with 3 different medium used for communication, keeping progress up to date between O3 was very difficult. With team process out of the way, let's talk a little bit about what each individual member was able to accomplish.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Henry. I was mainly part of the backend team of our project. So of course, being a journaling app, there are journal entries. So I was responsible for those on the backend. So you can create, read, update, and delete the journal entries using dynamic routes for that. Also, the journal entries can have some tags associated with them. And we also store the number of words in the backend. So I did that. Same goes for writing targets, right? So you can set daily and weekly targets, and of course they also have to be stored in the back end. Also did the plots for those in the front end, which you will see later. Then there's also a dashboard where you can see an overview of your journal entries, and I also wrote the routes to get the data for the dashboard to the front end. Right, apart from that, I also did some continuous integration and deployments. So I configured our Heroku deployments for pull requests and for some branches on GitHub, so we can always have a live preview of our application for pull requests.
Yeah, hi, my name is Ayub, and I've worked on several backend and front-end tasks. For our backend, I was mainly responsible for several user-related tasks, such as creating a user, logging a user in, deleting a user, modifying their user information, and also cookie sessions to ensure authorization of certain web pages. For our front end, I worked on creating the registration and login UI. I've worked on the settings and navigation UI as well, and also the title search logic. So as you can see, I've worked on several backend and front-end tasks, so I consider myself a full stack developer for our project.
Hello, my name is Takafumi. I've worked as a full stack dev, and the features that I've worked on are passive reset, journal entry list, and changing account information such as email, password, and writing targets.
Hi, so my name is Will. I was a front-end developer for JournPad. I was mainly responsible for the front-end stylings of the dashboard, implementing a calendar view on the dashboard, auto-saving features for journal entries, and making the registration form.
Hi, I'm Zontian. I was basically mostly front end, and so what I did was I helped make the front end for retrieving and modifying journal entries. For deleting your account, I made sure that the session cookies were stored in the front end. I made the app responsive so that it works on different sizes of screens, and I also implemented dark mode for users who want to use dark mode to like write at night or something like that.
Hi, my name is Mahin. Some of my tasks were front-end focused. So what I've worked on was creating the journal entry page and saving it. I've also worked on the tagging functionality and styling. I implemented a search feature by tag. And finally, I also worked on dynamic routing and creating a 404 landing page.
Yeah, so the software architecture our team used at JournPad involved the MERNS tech stack. If you don't know, MERNS stands for MongoDB as your database, Express and Node.js as your backend, and React for your frontend. Using this tech stack, we were able to implement a three-tier architecture as demonstrated here. Our client layer involves React providing a user interface. Our application layer involved the Node and Express.js conducting all of our backend logic in order to manage our product and make sure it works as intended. Our database layer involved MongoDB storing all user information, all their targets, and all their journal information as well. As a more graphical demonstration, we have our three tiers here. As you can see, our client tier involves React.js rendering the HTML, CSS for the browser. The client tier would make HTTP requests to our RESTful backend endpoints, which involve Node.js and Express requesting data from our database, and our database responding with the relevant information. Once the backend receives that information, it would conduct its logic and respond back to the client tier with the requested information. So yeah, as a team full of new developers, a lot of our team members were new to web development and React. So we faced the typical technical challenges any new person would face. Learning about challenges of asynchronous methods in JavaScript was one of the main issues we faced. React-specific methods like component did mount and component did update because we used class-based components for our project. Encryption of data communication between front-end and back-end was also a main challenge that we faced because for our Heroku deployment, it required an SSL certificate to make sure our communication between our front-end and back-end was secure. And that requires money, so that was a technical challenge we faced. Session cookies. So in order to authorize pages and ensure everyone's authorized to access the page they're requesting, we used session cookies. And these session cookies are different in different browsers. So navigating between the differences was also a technical challenge that we faced. And also the datetime operation of using Node.js and also the datetime conversion on our front end was also a pretty big challenge that we also faced.
Okay, so now we're going to show you a demo of our web app. Can you guys see my screen still?
Yes. Yes, all right. We're currently, as you can see in the URL, on our Heroku deployment, our latest one on the development branch, which is live, so you could go there right now. Yeah, so you get taken at the beginning to a landing page where you can log in or create a new account. Yeah, so just log in. Right, and then you can see the dashboard. And first of all, like for a journaling app, of course, you can create a new entry, start writing a new journal entry. Yeah, just write a few words and a title. And at the bottom, you can also give your journal entry some tags you want to have associated with it. Then we already mentioned the autosave feature, but you can also just, to make sure, you can manually save at the top right. Yeah, and then I guess you can log out and log back in and see the new entry there.
Okay, so again, this is the dashboard. And on here, we first have the calendar, which shows which days you've created a journal entry on. The days that you've created an entry on are marked with an orange dot. And clicking on this dot shows you the details of the entries. Yeah, and next we have the stats box to keep track of your journaling progress. The first graph shows you the number of words you've written per day for the past week. And the second graph shows you the number of words you've written per week for the past month. You can also see your daily and weekly targets, which can be changed. And lastly, we have the journal entry list where you can search through all of your past journal entries.
Another major feature that we'd like to show is being able to tag and revisit your entries. So let's visit our most recent entry. At the bottom, you can see we can add tags. So let's add the tag demo. And we'll just save and return us to the dashboard. So over here, we have two different types of search, a search by title and a search by tag. A search by tag is a lot more specific. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pass in a comma separated list of tags. So let's search for Friday, comma, demo. Yeah, so you can see that the most recent entry shows up. Let's also search for the tag school. Let's erase it. So here we have a couple of entries that were tagged with school. Let's return back to our most recent entry so we can show you deletion. And just get rid of Friday, which is the unique tag in this entry. Save it once again. Yeah, so right now, again, we're going to search for Friday. So you can see we've successfully updated our tag. It's no longer in our database.
Yeah, and the last feature we'd like to demonstrate is our settings page. So for our settings page, any user can change their relevant user information. They can change their first name, their last name, their email address, and enable dark mode on their web application. So let us change an input here and enable dark mode. And once we go to the, so once we refresh and go to the dashboard, you'll see that we enabled our dark mode on our application. And then let's go back to the settings. And here we can go also to the change password tab and also change our password. In order to ensure safety, we required a new password and the user's old password in order to change it. We can also change our writing targets. And these are the targets that are demonstrated in our dashboard. So as Takafumi mentioned, you can change it in the settings page. And if you change it here and go back to the dashboard, you'll notice that in our dashboard, the targets have changed. And lastly, in our settings page, we also have the ability to delete account. So here, if you click yes and confirm it, it will delete your account and render you back to the login page. And that is our web application. So yeah, now I guess it's time for any questions that you guys may have.
Hi, I can answer this one. Or sorry, the question from the question from Shaylin. I'm curious about what kind of idea the journpad came from. Yeah, so the idea of journpad just came from, I guess, a lot of us kind of brainstormed ideas, and then this was my idea because I use a lot of like journaling apps to limited success. And what kind of audience it's geared towards? It's kind of geared towards anyone. Like if you are just someone who wants to record their day, you can use it. But also if you're a committed writer, you want to write a certain amount every day and keep yourself on track, like with short stories or whatever, then you can also use it as well. It's pretty flexible. And what other companies and applications with the competition for this product? There would be like, there's a lot of like different kind of journaling like apps out there, like I think like Evernote and like Penzu and stuff. And basically the sort of advantages that we have over them is that ours is simpler to use. It's like more effective for someone who has limited tech experience, and it keeps users on track.
Yeah, as for Daniel's question, I feel like everyone here would have their own opinion on that because everyone worked on their own specific features. But as an unbiased view, I guess I would say the calendar because that was the only task that was moved from one sprint to another because of how complex it was, and managing specific days of the journal entries. I guess Will can go more in depth on how we implemented that.
Yeah, so the main difficulties I ran into while implementing the calendar is that the way that Node.js keeps the date is a bit different from how the database keeps it. So the translation between those two takes a bit of time, and then the styling for the calendar, uh, the actual calendar itself was also very time consuming. Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, we have a few more minutes, so if anyone has any more questions, feel free to ask in the chat. If not, I do have a question for myself. I think you guys can answer really quick. I was really interested in, like, was there ever a situation you guys encountered where someone, by mistake, may have pushed broken code to like your main deployment branch or your main feature branch? And, like, if so, like, how did you guys like handle it? Just curious if there was a situation like that.
Oh yeah, that happened several times. Well, it wasn't necessarily an intended push, but like as their branch worked and a reviewer approved it because the branch working, the merge probably caused some sort of conflict, which broke some certain features. The way we resolved that was just meeting as a team, trying to debug it, seeing what's going wrong, and just ensuring later on our deployment branch worked.
Yeah, throughout the development phase, since we have different branches, we minimize the merge conflicts that would have been there if we didn't split up the branch.
Awesome to hear. Thank you for that. Right, it's 12 o'clock. Just give us a second while we figure things out.
This is why you guys need unique team names. Okay, but anyway, seems like your team is set up, right? You guys are good to go?
Yes. We have all of our members are here.
Cool.
Yep,
Take
good
it
to
away.
go. All right. Let me just share my screen. Is it working?
Yep.
All right. All right, so we are team and we have made our application Geeter. Sorry, I think our group member is muted.
I think we might have some technical difficulties.
Looks like they can talk on BB Collab, so it would be with their own microphone.
Yeah, he might have blocked the microphone access.
Hello?
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh my!
Oh, nice.
My webcam was glitching. It defaulted to my webcam. All right. Okay.
All right.
So hi, our team name is Team Dash, and our project name is Geeter. So Geeter is a gamer meter similar to Steam and Faceit, where users can register and log into an account where they can view and rate different games. Users can also see if other players on the platform are playing those games and upload personalized media content for each game. In addition, users can customize their own profiles and follow or block other players. So we're going to do our demo right now, where Ben will start by showing us how we can post media content for each game.
So if you go to the community page, you can see that on the top left side, there's a filter search bar where if we type in, let's say, keyword coconut, it will show you the page, the post that has the keyword coconut in it. And we can also sort by rating on the top right and title as well. So for the main part of the page, you can see that there's three types of posts: video clips, screenshots, or text posts. So you can also click into each one of these posts where it will show you the detailed post author, post time, and the game that's listed under. And you can also like the page, like the post from here as well. Yes, you can also play the video, which comes with the post. It could also be a screenshot or text, depending on the type of post that you made. So lastly, you can upload by clicking the green upload button. All you have to do is fill in the appropriate fields with title, the game that's listed under, the type of post, customizable tags, and the content of the post. Once you have finished that, you can click the upload button, and you can also decide to click here to see your post. It will lead you to your post. For example, here, this is your text post. And now I'll let Bing and Evan take it away with the games page.
Alright, so on the games page, there's a list of games. So for each game, there's a title and list of genres that the user can use to search in the search bar. Additionally, they can use the sort function to sort the games by title or rating. Yep. And then if you click on a game, you can view the details of the game. Users can rate this game, and the average rating will be updated. Medias related to the game will be shown in the bottom. And users can favorite or unfavorite and queue up for this game.
So in the queue, we can see we can select which game of the queue we want to see. So we can see that there's currently 5 people playing every game right now. And If we select League of Legends, we can see that there's 4 people playing League of Legends, and there's no one playing Roblox. So, for instance, we can join the queue for League of Legends, and we will be added to the queue. Now we can select people who have we can filter the people in the queue. For instance, if I want people who have more experience than me, I can select this, and then all of these people have more hours listed than I do. Now we will give it to Adam to talk about the profiles.
Alright, so this is the profile page, and as you can see, the profile page will show the user's profile picture, as well as their username, description, and also a feature called commendations, which basically you could go to another user's profile and say that they're skillful, friendly, or knowledgeable if you've played with them before. You can also follow or block a user, which is self-explanatory. Below that, you have the game's media and following list, and this will show the games that the user has favorited, as well as their rank and hours, as well as the posts that they have made. So this is just an example post. Now, if you go to your own profile, instead of the add and block button, you'll see a settings button. If you click that, you can change your username, password, description, and also upload a new profile picture. I think that was the same. Oh, never mind. And also the commendations are blocked since you can't commend yourself. In the games, you can also modify your rank and hours, as well as delete the media posts that you've made. And so that wraps up the profile. Oh, and the following page, you can see the users that you followed. I'll show their username, description, and their games. So now we'll move back to the slides.
Alright, so now we're going to introduce our team and what parts of the project they contributed to. So my name is Shane, and I contributed to making the game ratings work and making the game listings page.
My name is Yichen. I did the authentication, and I helped with the game queue and several features of that.
My name is Adam, and I've made the profile page, the community page, and the media content page.
I'd like to be referred to as Ben, and I'm responsible for the upload media and game queues for different games.
My name is Bing Bing, and I worked on the community page, follow and block feature, and the game's detail page.
Alright, so now the standard conventions and techniques that we used, as well as the technologies that we used to help with this. So for Discord, we had 2 meetings every week, as well as some additional meetings for the retrospective meeting, as well as additional meetings if we needed to talk about anything extra. We also collaborated on Google Drive together, since they allow us to collaborate at the same time. This also gave us a way to store each sprint's documents in one area. We also use Jira to create subtasks and also create dependencies on each of our tasks. This made our code more modular, as well as allowed us to break up larger tasks into smaller ones. And we also used GitHub to enforce creating pull requests. So every feature that we implement would need to have a pull request before we would merge it, and each pull request would need to be approved by at least one other team member after checking over the code, making sure that any changes needed to be made have been made. Now we'll move on to difficulties that we faced.
Alright, so difficulties. So due to time constraints and other projects, our sprint velocity was pretty low until the last few days, where we would accelerate and prioritize completion of the project tasks. This was an issue and added additional difficulty, as we would not have very much time to test for bugs before the demos, as we were completing the features quite late into the sprint. In addition, we were also not completely thorough with discussing tasks at the start of some sprints. So after assigning tasks to group members, there would be unforeseen extra steps needed to complete some of the tasks, So we had to adjust some task point values and add additional subtasks during the sprint, which means the group work was not distributed evenly and also added additional difficulty scheduling what time we completed each task.
So moving on to software architecture, we decided to choose to use three-tier architecture for two different reasons. First of all, if we use three-tier architecture, we can run the different tiers on separate platforms, which allows for easier hosting of the application. And the second reason for using the three-tier architecture is because we can see the clear separation of the application into web server, which is what the users see on the front end, the application server, which contains the core logic of the application. It makes the queries to the database and also process requests from the web server. And lastly, the database server, which stores information about user, game, queues, posts, and etc.
Alright, so on the presentation tier, we used React and Bootstrap to render the pages which the user sees. HTTP requests are sent using Axios to the application tier, which is our web server. On the application tier, we use Node and Express to handle the HTTP requests. MongoDB queries are used to modify or fetch the data from our data tier. On the data tier, we have our MongoDB database, which stores all the users, media, queue, and game information. All right, next we have technical challenges.
So our first technical challenge was managing the authentication status of the user, but we found a great package called Express Sessions that creates sessions in the database, so we can easily use MongoDB to we can use this package and MongoDB to manage the user sessions. Then our next challenge was the cost of hosting the website and database. But luckily for us, GitHub Classrooms GitHub Student Pack gives us a discount on MongoDB, a $200 credit that we're using right now to host the database on the cloud. And similarly, there is a free Linode discount for the first 3 months, which is where we are hosting our server right now on a Debian 10 server. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening, and please try Geeter out. Feel free to ask any questions.
Cool. Jared from the TAs here. I got a question. But before that, I just wanted to say your project looks really awesome. Super happy that you were able to deploy as a team, and also seems like as a team you're very interested in it. So yeah, kudos to you guys. So anyway, back to my question. I was wondering if you have considered potential scalability of your project. Like, what would you do if you had 1,000 users? Is the current software you've got going on able to handle that? That kind of thing.
Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to handle that at the moment, but there are several scalability problems, but the majority of the code, I believe, will be able to scale quite well, but several of the things, for instance, like queues, might not scale so well, but we are aware of several changes that we can make, but we're kind of low on time because of the other courses as well. So yeah, we did consider it, but it's not there right now.
Right. No worries. I mean, it's not within the scope of this course, so just good to think about. Let's see. You got a question from Adrian from Philosophy of CSC301. What makes this unique from something like the Steam Community Hub?
I think Shane can answer that one.
I think we shared a lot of similarities to the Steam Community Hub. I'm not sure it's completely unique in terms of making media posts. However, our feature for queuing up for specific games is something that Steam doesn't have, although you're able to see what games your friends are playing, you can't specifically uh, look around for other players who are playing the similar game as you, who you haven't already added.
So as we have mentioned earlier in the first slide, Geeter stands for gamer meter. So its primary use is to find new people to play with instead of finding your friends that you have already played with before. So I believe that that should be unique from the Steam Community Hub and the Steam features. Um,
All right, so for William's question, initially, uh, in turn for getting the game information, I had the idea of maybe we could use like some API scraper to get all the game information from Steam. And I know this is possible because one of my friends did it for their project at a different university. But uh, I was going to have him help uh, and discuss with him regarding on how to do it, but we didn't really have time. So initially, it was in our plan to for the game database to be expandable like that, but right now it's just we added the games through the database instead of taking it from like the Steam API. And if we were to take it from Steam API, we would be able to get the other information as well.
Um, so
I
you'll need to
don't know what
clarify.
exactly
Oh
that
no, okay,
means.
I know what he means. So no, we didn't consider this. I think I thought about this on my own, but I didn't really want to mention it because this is some work to do. Where I believe your question is referring to if you have like a game like you're following you favorited League of Legends, you can like put in or link your exe in the on the web application, and then you can launch League from Geeter. Yeah, no, we didn't consider this.
Yeah, it's a
Cool.
little
It would be a
outside of
neat
our
feature,
scope.
but I didn't want to do it.
All right.
Yeah, it's a
So
little too difficult for us.
thank you for presenting that awesome project, Team Geeter. Since it's 12:20, we're going to be moving on to Team Devastating. So everyone, make some noise.
Make
Juan,
some
can you do your
noise.
Alir impression?
I do not know. I feel like it's problematic if I try to act like him. Yeah, anyways, next up we have the Devasting team. I think we spelled that right. Think. Anyways, yeah, whenever I think you guys are all presenters now, so whenever you're all ready, feel free to start.
Team Devastating, are you on the line? Oh, I see a wait thing. Cool.
This should be the slides.
I'm seeing a white screen.
We're having some technical difficulties.
One of your members is not a presenter? Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Let me
Yeah.
give
Yeah, I
you
hear you.
presentator.
Yeah.
Presenter.
Okay, thank you.
Time to beam everybody.
Why is this not working?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'll download it as a PDF instead. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to our presentation and demo for our course project, Dear Course. So Dear Course is a platform that allows students to review courses anonymously and to share their opinions on the courses that they've taken at UTM. So this is our team. My name is Kyle. I go by the pronouns he, him. I'm part of the front-end team. I focused on the course pages, the search bar, and oversaw the front-end endpoints connecting to the back-end endpoints.
Hi, my name's Shivam. My pronouns are he, him, and I worked on our course information web scraper and the front-end parts of our application. In the front end, I mainly focused on creating the navigation bar and components that were membership related, such as logging in or creating a profile.
Hello everyone, my name is Vivi. I use she, her pronouns, and I've worked on the front end portion on the review components of the website as well as the programs listings page.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex. I go by the pronouns he or him. I was part of the backend team and I worked on creating some of the endpoints for the front end to connect to, as well as creating entities in the backend.
Hi everyone, I'm Deniti. I go by she/her. I was also on the backend team and worked on creating endpoints for the front end to use. One of the features I worked on was implementing the calculated tags.
Hi guys, my name's Alicia, and I was mostly responsible for updating and tweaking the web scraper. And in addition to that, I was also part of the backend team, and I helped with implementing some of the schemas, the respective CRUD methods, and the endpoints.
Hi everyone, my name is Tammy, pronouns they, them. I was the team leader of the backend team, and I was mostly responsible for the software architecture and setting up the project.
Okay, so I'll be talking about the three main features which separate our product from the other products we found online. So our first feature that separates us is that all our reviews are totally anonymous. However, you do need a uToronto email in order to log in. So this helps to reduce bias and allows users to voice their opinion freely. Secondly, we have the reviews itself. You're able to add tags for each course. So for example, there could be like a bird tag or like a theory-based course, and you want to add a tag. So you can easily add a tag, and it allows other users to get a quick overview of the course when they glance at it. And thirdly, we have an upvote and downvote system for each review. So this will allow students to easily see what other students' opinions are, and like if they agree with them, they can upvote it as well. So this will give all the students like a big voice in the course. So now we'll go through a demo of our website. So first we're gonna show you logging into our system. So in the top right corner, we can hit the login button. So at first you won't have an account, so you can hit the create new account button. If we try to input an email that's not a uToronto email, it will say uToronto email required, and it will ask you to put one with a uToronto email. So let's say we log in with a uToronto email. and then we create a password. Yeah, and then we hit register.
utoronto.ca.
You missed the O on the Toronto. Yeah, so it says the user was successfully created, and now if we try to log in, mike.hello mail.utoronto.ca, and let's say we log in. So now this brings you to the user profile page, and it will tell you that you're able to, like, your reviews will be anonymous on this site, and it would show the reviews you have. So let's say we want to search for a course. If we hit we have two ways to search for a course. We can hit the search bar as well as the programs button in the top left. So if let's say we go to the programs and hit all programs. So maybe we want to look for a computer science course. So we'll go down to computer science and CSC301H5. Maybe we want to look at the reviews for this course because we're deciding on whether we want to take this course. So as you can see on this page, it lists the course name and the top 3 tags for the course itself left by users, and then it also gives like the description of the course and all the requirements for the course. And as you can see, there's already a review on this course which says, "Love this course, Larry is so much fun." So then I'll show you our other functionality of searching for a course. If we head back to the home page, we can search for a course such as maybe this course, CSC301. So we search for this course, and we'll click on CSC301 to look at the reviews. So as you can see, it's the same layout of the page. There's already a course here. Already a review here. So let's say we also want to add a review for this course since we just finished this course, and we want to give feedback for future students. So let's enter a review saying really enjoyed, or yeah, super practical, really enjoyed this course, great professor and TAs. And then perhaps we'll add some tags such as maybe it was a bird course or a practical course. So, and then we hit submit, and our review should also show up onto the website. As you can see now, there's 2 reviews, one which was the one we added. And as you can see, all of these reviews, they're anonymous. So you don't know who added what review, and like this gives like everybody a voice, like anonymous. They get to review their they get to voice their opinion anonymously. Our second feature, well, as we just shown, was that we were able to add tags for the course. Right? So we created the we named it a bird course and practical course, and this at the top it shows the most popular tags. So since there were 2 people that put bird course, it shows up bird course on the left side, and then the practical course on the right side. So this would give the top 3 tags if we were to add more tags. And finally, for our third feature, we have our upvote and downvote functionality. So we can upvote our own review as well as others' review. And when you upvote it, well, it will go up. But if you want to upvote it again, let's say you already upvoted, it will go back. It will cancel that upvote, so that maybe you made a mistake and you actually want to downvote the comment, then you would do that. And then we can go back. So let's say we're done with the logging, being in this website, and like we want to log out, so that so we hit the profile page, or Oh yeah, sorry. So you can hit the profile page and it will also show like all your reviews here, and you're able to like delete them from here as well. So we can try deleting this review by hitting the delete button, and now it's gone. If we go back to the 301 page, it should also be gone. And now we can try to log out since we're done with the website, and you're able to log out. And that is all for this demo portion. And I will pass it on over to Shivam to talk about our highlights, difficulties, and soft skills we've learned.
Okay. Kyle, are you sharing the screen? There you go. Okay. So like Alex said, now we'll move on to our process and highlights. Yeah. Okay. We loved using React and Fast API because they simplified development and allowed us to learn concepts that we could apply to our other courses. It was also nice interacting so much with the TAs and other students in this course since we never had this many opportunities in the past. Moving on to difficulties, we didn't use a VM, so it sometimes took us hours to properly set up the development environments on all of our different machines. What impacted our efficiency even more were scheduling conflicts, time zone differences, and how we kind of underestimated how heavy our workload would be this semester. So as a team, to avoid these inefficiencies, we should have spent a bit more time brainstorming these potential problems to come up with potential solutions beforehand. But overall, a few of our techniques helped us stay afloat throughout the semester. We always had bi-weekly meetings on top of our stand-up so that everyone was always on the same page. And we organized our Discord channel into sections such as front-end, back-end, project files so that we could quickly find any information important to the project that we discussed. I'll now pass it to Temi to talk about our software architecture.
Hey, so our stack is our stack is the following. For the front end, we use HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and React Bootstrap. For the back end, we used Python, Fast API, and SQL Alchemy. And for the database, we used the SQLite for development and PostgreSQL for production. Now, in more detail, I'm going to go through the architecture. For this project, we're using a 3-tier architecture, which is pretty good for developing websites. On the client tier, we have our website. It is developed with languages like CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. We also used React and React Bootstrap JavaScript libraries for easier development of the user interface. To populate our website with data and provide a way for users to interact with it, we used the REST protocol to communicate with the next tier, the server tier. On the server tier, we have two components: the API server that responds to the web client and the web scraper. The API server is built using the Fast API Python framework. It also uses an SQL Alchemy object relational mapper as a wrapper around the database connection. The web scraper is also written in Python, and to populate the database, it speaks directly to the API server, calling special administrator endpoints on it with freshly scraped data. The API then stores the received data in the database. And on the database tier, we have two database configurations: a local SQLite database for development and a cloud PostgreSQL for production. The appropriate database connection is determined by the SQL Alchemy configuration. Additionally, we're using CI/CD. Our application is contained within a Docker container and can be deployed directly from it. There are two containers for backend and frontend, and a Docker Compose file for building both. And we also have GitHub Actions set up to upload new Docker container versions to the cloud, which can be pulled directly for deployment. That's it for the software architecture. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I actually initially had a question. This is Juan from the TAs. I was actually curious, what are some future extensions or like some features you guys had planned to do but weren't able to get to for your guys' project?
So for one of them is so for one of them is scraping more of like the U of T courses, the course websites to display like say like the different sessions and all that. Because there's the academic calendar. One of them was particularly difficult to scrape because U of T doesn't actually have like a proper API, right? So we had to basically figure out the patterns and all that for specific like the specific like academic calendar pages, and then like slowly filter out and clean the data. So for I think it was like I don't know the exact link, but the one that tells you the fall sessions, like how many people are enrolled in the course currently and all that. That one was particularly difficult to scrape, and we decided to hold back on it so that we could continue building off like the project and all that. We plan to add that in the future because it would be extremely helpful, but like we didn't manage to get to that.
Another thing that we planned to add that we didn't have the time to add was more profile customization. Right now, all you can really do to the only thing you can do in your profile is see your reviews and delete your profile. So it would be nice adding stuff like I don't know, anything profile related.
Like
Yeah.
bookmarking courses that you're interested
Exactly.
in.
Yeah.
Awesome, thanks for that. So we have a question from Alex Liu from Final Project Super Duper Waffle. They asked, is there any protection if a user wanted to download a course more than 100 times? If not, how would you guys think of preventing that?
So very nice of our backend. You can't necessarily if you mean like on one account, a single person can't downvote a post 100 times because it the way we implemented it is that every single time you select the button, if you've selected a second time, it cancels your vote out. If you mean in terms of like,
It's not it's not exactly that. It's more of like your vote status is keep what I call it. The database basically like keeps track of your vote status so that like a user basically like knows whether they upvoted or like downvoted a review already. So if they try to do like an infinite spam or anything like that, the database would not let that happen. It would just cancel out the votes. But we did not provide protection for like say if you're creating like bots or all that to just like downvote like an account infinitely. We don't actually have protection for that. It's more for like a single user. So yeah.
Sorry
for cutting you off.
Time for one more question. So we have Nivi from 301 Weebs, and they wanted to ask, how do you populate the website with the course information?
Did you just cut out, or was that me?
Wait. Can
Wait, did I cut out?
No. Can you repeat the question real quick?
Yeah, so Nivi from 301 Weebs asked, how do you populate the website with the course information?
Okay, so at the beginning we talked about how we had a course information web scraper. So if you, I forget the exact link, I think it's the academic calendar. What me and my group partner Alicia did is we went on the academic calendar site, and that site's like completely HTML, right? So we just wrote some code to scrape some of the information, for example, the title of the course and description of the course, and then we and then we basically made those into JSON files. Alicia, can you explain what we did after? After creating each course into a JSON element, yeah.
Yeah, so once we gathered all the data from the websites and all that, and we put that into like JSON files. So what we did next was basically send all of like a bunch of HTTP like requests to the server, which will So we send the HTTP requests to the server, and it will populate the database. But for these requests, you need to be like an admin. Like it's all like locked to like admin authentication. So like random people won't be able to just populate the database with stuff. So yeah.
Awesome. Sorry, we're a bit over on time, but really awesome presentation. Really cool project. Thank you so much for your guys' time. Next up, oh yeah, let's make some noise in the chat, everyone, please. Let's give them a round of applause. It was a great presentation. Next up, we do have Super Duper Waffle. I think you guys are already presenters, so whenever you guys are free, you guys are free to start whenever.
Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Howdy.
Yeah, okay, you can hear me, right? And you can see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen now.
All right. Okay, so we're Super Duper Waffle, and basically we're going to start off with our client, which is the MCSS, the Math and Computational Sciences Club. They basically hold for students centered around MCS topics or hobbies, like game nights and coding competitions. And so what we made for them was basically we developed a website for them so that they could communicate event details, media, news, or more to students at UTM. And our main features that we developed were announcements on the website, upcoming events, past events, and MailChimp for mailing students on the mailing list. And with that, we'll just get to the demo. So this is our website. I'm just going to show you this from the user perspective first. So on the main website, we have like who the MCSS are and like a excerpt from like the president of club. Then we have the announcements. You can see they're collapsible and they're all organized based on what is the most recent announcement. And they're also limited to 3 on the homepage. If you want to see more of them, you can click on See All, where you can see all of the announcements. We're just going to go down to upcoming events. Upcoming events are basically events that are going to be held by the MCSS. And you can see that they're limited to 3 on the homepage. If you want to see more of them, if there are more, you can go and click on See All, and you will see all of the events that are being held. If you want to know more about any specific event, you can click on More. And as you can see here, this in more detail at the event and any sub-events that are being held for that event. And if you want to register, if the admins provided a link, you can click on Register, which will take you to a Google form to register. You can also like go through the pictures that they've uploaded, or you can click on that and see them. All right, so we also have past events. Past events are basically events that the MCSS have held in the past, and they want to share pictures or moments that they have created, and the users can go through them. And then I think finally we have, or not finally, but at the bottom for users, you can also subscribe to the mailing list for MCSS. So like if you want to subscribe, you would just put in your email and then click on subscribe, and you'll be subscribed, right? Okay. Let's go to some of the other pages that we developed for them. So there's the team page. The team page is basically all of the executives for MCS, their associates, and also the contributors for this website, the people who basically made the website, which is us. Announcements, we've visited events. There's partner clubs. Partner clubs are basically, well, they are partner clubs for the MCSS. You can find their socials here and all of their websites and whatever. And we also have a Shopify link, which is in the works for MCSS. So once they develop that, they can also link it through here. Now we're just gonna hop into the admin perspective for this website. First, we have you send an email through the website, like everything is here. So I'm just going to show you my email, and as you can see, there's nothing here. just going to put in the email, the subject, and the message, hey guys, and I'm just going to send the email, right? And email send, right? So it should show like 2-3 seconds right here. We're just going to wait for 2 seconds. It will up any second right now. So, right. Okay, so that's the MailChimp integration for our website. Then we have announcements. The announcements, you can create an announcement right here on the homepage, whatever events you want, presentation right now, and let's put in some content in there. Or actually, you also have like this rich text editor, so you can put like pictures or embedded or whatever. So let's put in a picture actually, small image right here. All right, and there we go, presentation. So that's the announcement that we just created. We can edit it if we don't like the title or something, we don't like this picture, whatever, and also we can delete it. Let's go and move down. Let's collapse this into the upcoming events. Upcoming events you can edit on the homepage, but in order to add a new event, just go to the events page, click on new event, event title. I have a lot of pizza events, so maybe you got me confused if I added another pizza event. So let's put in presentation event. March 14th. Description. Let's put in a lot of that, and put images. This is like quite a cool thing we have here. Let's put in some of the images here. So as you see, we've uploaded the images, but they're not added yet to the event. What you can do is you can actually, if you don't some of the images, you can close or delete them before you actually post the event. You can put in the sign up link. You can also sub events for the event. So I put sub event, time, whatever description, and if you want a sign up link, it's optional. If you don't have a sign up link, the register button won't show up. So let's post this event. All right. Okay, we posted the event, presentation event. Let's look at it. As you can see, this is our event. These are the images that we uploaded in the sub event. Actually, let's go back and we can edit the event, and let's remove the one of the sub events or the sub event that was there. Let's remove that, and now you can see when there's no sub events, it's more focused on the main event, and that's a cool thing, I think. So yeah, there's that, and we can also remove it, right? So delete that event, and there we go. We can also create past events. So let's say we have we want to add an event to the year 2019 because something happened then. Maybe presentation for CSC301 in 2019. Let's add some pictures. Let's add these 3 pictures and the year 2019, and let's submit there. We just have to refresh where it shows up. 2019. Go. All right. So that was basically our demo for our website because the stuff is just mostly user perspective. Let's go back to the presentation. All right. All right. So our team. So I'm Hamza, and I actually worked on the backend, working on things like backend for the announcement, the events, MailChimp, etc. Yeah.
So hello, my name is Bai Chen. I worked on the front end. The features I worked on was the dialog that lets you create and edit events, as well as the individual pages to display their details.
I am Mahmoud. I primarily worked on the front end of the project. I was responsible for designing wireframes as well as implementing various web pages.
Hello, my name is Juan, and I worked on the backend with Hamza, and we implemented most of the express routing and also most of the API integrations, such as the Imgur API and the MailChimp API.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Alex. I was primarily in charge of working on the front-end feature past events. As well, I worked on the back-end authentication for login.
Hey everyone, my name's Mam. I mainly worked on the front end and the UI design for this project, and the main features I worked on were the announcements and upcoming events section.
Okay, so let's talk about the technologies and frameworks that we use. So we basically use the merge stack, MongoDB for the database, Express and Node.js for the backend, and React for the front end. Some of the APIs that we use Imgur for uploading images, which we basically did for events and past events. And what we did was we uploaded it to Imgur, extracted the links, and stored the links in our database Mongo. And the MailChimp API for sending emails and registering users to a mailing list. For UI design, we just use Figma. For our software architecture, we use the three-tiered architecture, basically React for the presentation tier, which committed with our application or logic tier, which did Express and Node, and which again communicated with MongoDB in the data tier. Some of the challenges that we faced were time constraints. Obviously, this was a huge project for us. We put in a lot of time, so we had some trouble, and we had to work hard in order to meet the time. It also had image uploading for the Imgur API. We had to learn that, and we had to do research on that. Also, the MailChimp API, same thing. We had to do a lot of research on that. And other than that, lots of things to learn about React, such as when we had to learn about the rich text editor. Some of the techniques and methods that we used and also learned was pair programming. Pair programming was a big one for us. It helped us a lot. We also had to create a schedule that worked with everyone. That was a big thing for us because we are a group of 6 people, and managing such a group and creating a schedule for everyone was hard, but we managed it. A Discord group to communicate issues and general discussion. We created appropriate channels on our board for the correct topics in order to stay organized. And other methods of communication that we felt that we need in case of emergencies was like cell phone or whatever like that. So, any questions? That's something I think the front end can answer, but I don't believe that we were looking to implement it for mobile or as of right now.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky because everything would be super glitched on mobile and it wouldn't look as good. Probably some feature.
Yeah, so
sorry,
we were constrained on
based off
time.
Getting a mobile design out would have taken a little bit more work, and with time constraints that we had, just fleshing out our, I guess, desktop version was our primary key.
Yeah, mobile's like a totally different project. We need a new design for that.
I mean, not necessarily. If you design your site with responsive web design, it could totally be viewable on a phone, right?
I think for the most part it is responsive. It's just we probably need to do more fixes in order to make it look as amazing as it on the desktop version. And that's something that would take more time. And with the constraints of time, we chose to focus on certain importance, right?
Right. Totally understand. It's a compromise. Also from the TAs, I guess. I was wondering how you found your relation or the dynamic working with MCSS as your partner on this. Is there anything that you would like to improve moving forward, or any advice for anyone else out there?
Yeah, I think I can answer this question. With the working with the MCSS, it was pretty, I guess, relaxed in the sense that they kind of just gave us a like a PDF and just wanted us to hit specific points and features that they wanted to, I guess, have implemented. And if anything we had concerns of, we would just shoot them an email and they would respond back in an appropriate amount of time. So it was pretty good.
Glad to hear.
Um, Ben from that team, have you considered turning the web application to a mobile application? Not at the current moment. I think what we wanted to do was, I guess, have like a mobile response that works in the browser. So like something like a tablet or a phone, would be our first concern. We haven't really thought about turning into like a mobile application on or putting on something like the Google Store. Any other questions?
Yeah, so this is Juan from the TAs. I noticed that I was wondering how you guys, like, what's the process for adding an admin user onto the MCSS page?
Sorry, what do you mean by adding a user? You mean someone getting like admin privileges and being able to create or delete events?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Currently at the moment, what you would have to do is create or go through a post request and pretty much, I guess through that post request, just put in like a username and a password, and yeah, and then you'll have like an admin created.
Yeah, just to add on to that, this was a design decision that we made, and in communication with the MCSS, and the reason behind this decision was they only wanted one admin account. So when in the very beginning of this project, we were deciding on maybe like a registration page for admins, but then when we found that, we were like, okay, so what we can do on the back is just create an admin account for them, and they can just use that, or they can fund for themselves, and they can just use that.
Awesome, thanks for the answer.
Cool. So thank you for that presentation. Team Super Duper Waffle, can we get a round of applause in the chat? Make some noise. Up next, we've got Team Cheddar. So I believe I'm just missing one person as a presenter. I'm kind of just going off of Discord ID. All right, anyway, feel free to take the stage. And good luck.
Thanks. Yeah, so I guess, hey everyone, we're Team Cheddar, and for this project we made a resume builder. Right, so before we get started, so as third-year students who have gone through the PEY application process this year, we fully understand how stressful and complicated the process can be. So for many, it's the first time you're applying for a job, and everyone knows that your resume is the most important part of your application. So we at Cheddar wanted to help other PEY students, and so we created the Cheddar Resume Builder. Right, so before we get started with the live demo, we'll just quickly go through what parts of the application you'll see. So for example, this is your login page where you'll be able to sign up with Google. And once you do so, you'll be greeted by our kind of like our resume selection page here. So from here, you'll be able to create new resumes, edit them, delete them, log out once you're done with the application, and so on. Upon editing a resume, over here we have two sections, the left portion being the resume builder and the right part being the actual like resume render, or like how your resume will end up being once you export it. So in this case, any changes made on your resume preview or builder will end up reflecting on the preview itself. So onto the demo here. Right. So in this case, we're greeted by our login over here. So let's sign in with Google real quick. Right. So once you're on your resume selection portion here, as you can see, we have our Twitter logo in the top left, as well as the logout once you're done with the application. Upon any, or for any resumes that you may have created or saved, or created that you have so far, they will all display here. So for example, we can create new resumes and they will appear here. Let's say we refresh the page, they will still remain as is. And upon hovering over any of your resumes, you get two options, one of them being your edit and delete. So let's say if we wanted to like delete some of these resumes that we accidentally made. So from here, if we click delete, you'll have this modal where just to ensure that you didn't accidentally delete your resume, in this case, we have this pop-up where you can click cancel if it was a mistake, or you can actually delete it. And same thing with the other resumes. So in this case, let's go ahead and edit this John Doe's resume here, which he has pre-filled with some information. But in this quick demo, we'll fill some of it out for him. So in this case, John happens to have his basic information. So let's say if you wanted to edit his phone number, if he like recently changed it. So as you can see, if we were to edit any of the numbers on the right side over here, it will update immediately. So in this case, let's say John's number changed from whatever it was to like something like this. As you can see, this is his brand new number. And let's add in any, or sorry, before that, as you can see, if you refresh the page, pretty much the state persists. So any changes will remain. So that being said, let's go ahead and quickly make John's resume. So in this case, let's say he went to the University of Toronto, Bachelor's of Science degree. And let's say we started in 2018 with, let's say September, and ended in, and is expected to complete his entire degree by 2023 since he's doing PEY in April. And then let's say the GPA is like a 3.6. So from here, as you can see, adding in any of your education histories and stuff will appear on the resume builder as is, as well as you're also able to add John's skills. So let's say, for example, if we click some of these, as you can see, it will immediately appear for his skills. Say if you accidentally added, like say if John didn't happen to know JavaScript, so you can remove that and it will remove from the preview. Same thing with relevant courses taken. Let's say if you took 207, 209, 263. So with any of the coursework that he has taken, it will appear as well. Rather than having the actual course code, it'll be just the actual name of the course itself. Additionally, you can also add an experience, projects, clubs, hackathons, and so on. So say, for example, if you were to add in your experience, you'll get this little box here where it's expandable and collapsible. So in this case, let's say John worked at company A, and his role was a software developer, and he started in, let's say, 2020, January, and ended in 2020, like February, online. Right, so in this case, let's add a quick description. So I did work. So in this case, pretty much everything that shows up on the resume builder itself, you can collapse it once again, and it will show on the resume builder itself. Same goes for any of your projects and clubs. So if you were to add a new project, as you can see, you'll get a header that says projects, and that's where all your projects will be placed. Say if you were to add in a new project here, project A, and add in your role as another software developer, as you can see, it will show up again. And if you were to, if you wanted to delete it, so in this case, you'll have this pop up with this modal again to confirm that you actually want to delete it. So once you do, it will immediately delete along with its header. And yeah, so that's pretty much the entire resume builder. So say if John was done touching up his resume and he's ready to go with it, so you can generate the PDF. And from there, as you can see, this is John's exported PDF. And from there, when he applies to jobs, he's ready to just drop it into any of the job boxes and such. And yeah, start applying for jobs. So once you're pretty much done with your resume, you can click back to dashboard. You can once again continue editing or deleting, or you can just log out and yeah, you're back to the login page. Right, so this is pretty much the live demo. So before we get into the teams and stuff, we'll go through kind of like the features or like selling points of what makes us different from some of our competitors, such as like Resume.io. So the biggest one is that it's free, which is great. So compared to our biggest competitor, which is Resume.io, so if we take a look at Resume.io here, they have 4 tiers of pricing. So if we're comparing like our free to free basis, Resume.io happens to only give 1 resume and a cover letter, and downloads can only be in TXT, along with like limited resume sharing and analytics. So in terms of, in comparison to us, we don't limit you to the number of resumes you can create. You can pretty much make as many as you want. And in terms of exporting, you'll be able to export them as a PDF. So rather than having them as like TXT and stuff, you'll have your resume ready at hand to immediately drop it to whatever hiring place, or pretty much like wherever you need to drop it off at. In terms of our second feature, we are tailored towards UTM PEY students, as opposed to Resume.io pretty much focusing on like industry professional type things. So they won't have stuff like courses, for example. So in this case, as I've shown from the demo, you're able to go through like you're able to add in courses like CSC301, 343, and so on and so forth, which will then in turn reflect on the right side, which in this case, coursework with software design, software tools and systems programming, and so on. In terms of our last selling point, feature type of thing, would be that's open source. So say if any student from UTM or any other campus wanted to add in, wanted to make a new resume design if they didn't like what we have so far, they're free to do so, as well as adding in any other new features such as any other relevant courses that we may have missed, and so on. So with that being said, let's meet the team. So I guess we'll start with the front end, going from like left to right. So yeah, so I guess I'll start. So hi, I'm Chris. In terms of my contributions to this project, I made some front-end components, such as the additional section of the resume builder. So that pretty much includes the like the clubs portion, the projects cards where you're able to edit them, and so on and so forth. Additionally, I also helped link the front end and the back end. So with that being said, that entails something along the lines of, say if I were to update the resume on the front end, in terms of the back end, how would that interact? So that's where I helped with worked with the back end team to ensure that things were kept consistent overall in terms of updates to the resume.
Hi, I'm Hillary. I also worked on a couple components on the resume builder, such as the personal section and the job experience section. However, I was mainly tasked with designing and working on the styling for the appearance of the resume preview and also the UI UX for the resume builder.
It's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Deval. I worked on the resume component, such as the achievements rendering, education history, along with coursework, as well as making sure users are able to export their resume as a PDF.
Hi, I am Michael Chan. I usually go by Chan. I created some of the resume components, like the hackathon and club components, which are the text fields and input boxes that would later be linked to the resume builder. I also created a few of the resume template components that the resume builder is structured on and would have a default appearance of. And lastly, I worked on some of the styling and position of the resume renderer and the resume selection page, while also applying responsive development practices and frameworks like Bootstrap for dynamic screen sizes and accessibility considerations.
Right, and moving on to our backend team.
Hi guys, my name is Chris, and I'm part of the backend team. My contribution for Team Cheddar is implementing the API calls and the database schema for the resume templates.
Hi, I'm Akshat. I primarily worked in backend where I set up the MongoDB user account schema and cookie management. I also set up the back authentication. I've also created the login page for the front end.
Hi, my name is Ethan, and I contribute to the team by implementing some of the API routes alongside Chris, and update the resume schema in Mongo to match our desired schema. I also help link the resume database with the accounts database so users are able to properly create, update, and delete their own resumes.
All right, so yeah, that was pretty much our team. So we'll be going over through the process, kind of like the things that worked and how we tackled some of our challenges that we had. So first things first, we start with Jira. So pretty much we had our Jira board to help keep everyone updated, to understand their tasks and such, and to keep a clear prioritized to-do list. From there, we had Scrum meetings roughly around every Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. And with that being said, we increased the frequency during the end of the sprint to make sure that more of a detailed, to keep track of any progress that we have, especially when linking the front end and back end together. One other great process thing that worked was peer programming, which we did a lot of. So with peer programming, we used VS Code's live share for fewer defects in code and an overall increase in group productivity. With that being said, it really helped, especially during the pandemic, it really helped with just ensuring that if any group member needed help, we're able to help them through VS Code's live share. Yeah. From there, we have GitHub pull requests. With that being said, we have pretty much with our PRs, they're used to discuss and look over any changes and additions made to the code. And having more a pair of eyes on changes help minimize errors rather than having kind of pushing code without anyone reviewing it and fixing any bugs at the end. We're able to kind of isolate any of those errors before merging them into like develop, for example. And yeah. Last but not least, one process that really worked with our team, which we really highly recommend to other teams as well, is team building, especially in order to strengthen our team members' relations. We did a lot of team building activities. So in turn, their overall effect was it encouraged more collaboration and improved our overall team communication. Right, so moving on, before our challenges and stuff, we're going to quickly go through our three-tiered architecture. So starting from kind of like left to right, first thing is our front end. So with our front end, we use our React and Bootstrap. So pretty much everything along the lines of the resume builder itself to any of our components that we made, that's all in our front end tier. Our second tier, which is our API, so that's kind of like the middleman between our front end and our back end in order to communicate with each other. So in this case, that's pretty much the API fetches and stores any information that we may have to send or to retrieve. And last but not least, we are using in our third tier, a Mongo and Firebase. So with MongoDB, that's where we're storing all of our user all of our resumes in the object JSON format, as well as having Firebase in order to link, or since from our demo we use Google Sign-In, so in that case, that's where we used Firebase. Right. Some of our technologies and tools that we use. So a lot of you may have heard of the MERN stack. So once again, that being a Mongo, Express, React, Node. From there, as previously mentioned in the three-tier architecture, that's where we also use Firebase and VS Code as our main tool. Right, so onto the challenges. So in terms of technical challenges, the biggest one was linking the front end and back end. So in terms of solutions, generally at the beginning of kind of when we were doing this project, a lot of the tasks were isolated purely front end and back end, meaning that at times there were some disconnects between those ends. So with that being said, when it came to the linking part, we had to connecting those two parts together, we had to collaborate more closely than ever before. So this ensured that the overall models, being the actual resume itself, were aligned and flowed seamlessly between each other, such that if I were to update the front end, the back end will have the appropriate stuff to handle what comes in from the front end and so on. And onto our logistical challenges. So some issues, or I guess challenges that we had were not giving an ample amount of time for group members to evaluate PRs or to consolidate stuff. So this was mainly evident within our first sprint, which we have improved on over the next few sprints. Additionally, when creating tasks on Jira, sometimes they're a bit too large and had too many subtasks. So some of our solutions that we had to deal with that was to establish a more consistent timeline throughout the sprint to alleviate some of the time pressure, especially when factoring a lot of our other courses and stuff from school and breaking down tasks further into smaller stories. And yeah, so that concludes our presentation.
Yeah, I had a question about your resume builder, more about the actually displaying the resume itself on the page. Did you guys use a library for that, or did you build that preview manually from HTML and CSS?
Right, so in terms of the preview, everything was, so we did end up using React Bootstrap just for some styling, but apart from that, like the actual rendering and everything else, in terms of showing how the resume pops up and stuff, that was all done manually.
Cool, that's
right.
Pretty damn good. All right, we have a question from Shane from Team. He asks, as a user, what if I want to use a different resume template? Can you customize things like colors, formatting, and font?
Right. That's a great question, Shane. So in terms of getting a different resume template, as of right now, we currently only have one layout, which was the one that we showed in the demo. But in terms of, I guess, one of our selling features and points are that you're definitely more than welcome to kind of explore with our components and to rearrange them to any format that you would like.
Awesome. Hope that answers this question. We have another question from Vivi from Devastating. How did you get the resume to update dynamically as you added information?
Right. That's a great question, Vivi. So in terms of that being said, so with our actual resume builder, so I can quickly go here real quick. So in terms of that, log in real quick. Right. So in terms of editing it, in terms of the resume builder and the actual preview, we did this by having one kind of like shared state, which that state would be the overall resume representation. In that case, every time you update the resume builder itself, so in this case, if I were to update, change John to Joe, the resume preview will realize that that state got changed, and then after that, it will re-render the entire resume. So I hope that answers that question.
Cool. We have another question from Baishan from Final Project Super Duper Waffle. They ask, the template looks nice and quite structured. Do you plan to add more templates or give the user more freedom to move stuff around?
Right. Great question, Baichan. So in terms of templates, we are planning to add in more templates. In terms of, I guess, moving stuff around, that'll be a feature that would be, I guess, implemented to the far future type of thing. I guess for now, since we're still relatively new with, I guess, all of these technologies and stuff, we would mainly play around with the templates, which pretty much involves a lot of CSS and yeah.
Cool. So we got another question from Jagdev from the Nerds. They ask, why did you guys use both Mongo and Firebase rather than just one or the other?
Great question, Jagdev. So right, so initially when we were using Mongo, or sorry, we initially started using the Merge stack, which in that case it would include Mongo. The only thing is, given when we factored our other courses and stuff, we realized that authentication would take quite a while. So in that case, that's where we resorted to Firebase, where it gave us extra protection since it was like developed by Google, and we were able to easily use Google's login. Additionally, it also reduces the hassle of the entire sign-up process for the end user. So rather than typing in like your first name, last name, password, and so on and so forth, you'll be able to just get in with a single click of a button. But in the future, we will be able, we are looking towards just moving onto one platform itself.
Awesome. I think we have time for one more question, and this question is from Dev from 301Weebs. They ask, keywords are usually a big deal when applying to places, since companies may use resume filters to filter out applications without keywords. Are you guys planning to add a feature which helps this? For example, adding in suggested keywords depending on the job field?
Right. So it is. So that is a great question, Deval. So in terms of that, that was originally one thing that we had in mind at the beginning. It's just that, I guess, factoring school with all these other questions, we just or with all these other projects and stuff, we just didn't have enough time. But that is something that we are looking to add in as well. Especially, I'm adding in past student sample resumes who have gone into like FANG companies, for example. Yeah, so that'll be something that we'll be adding in the future.
Awesome. Anyways, thank you guys so much. That was an awesome presentation. Great job answering all the questions that we could get to. Sad that we got to cut off the rest of the questions for now. Again, if everyone could give a round of applause in the chat for this group, they did amazing. Up next, we're going to have.
Thank you. Make lots of noise.
there he is. He's back. Next up, we have 301Weebs. I think they're presenters. We're slowly getting them.
In the process of doing that.
Hello? You guys hear me?
Yo. No.
What's up? Cool. Okay.
That's not nice, Jerry. So much hype in the
Hello?
chat. Let's go.
Can you guys hear me?
You guys?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
I
looks
believe
like we
I'm
can get
just
started.
missing
Testing,
Paneet.
testing. Can you guys hear me?
Is
Yep.
he or she in the chat right now? Paneet?
Paneet
Puneet's not going
already.
to be making this presentation.
Yeah, we contacted earlier about that.
Gotcha. Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Hillary.
All right.
All right,
Go.
hey everyone, welcome to our CSC301 presentation. Our team wanted to build something that we would use after this course ended, so we thought about problems we were facing over quarantine. The issue we chose to tackle is something you might not have considered, so first let's show an example to explain our inspiration. Next slide, please. Here's how we'll structure this presentation. After this intro, you can meet our team, see our demo, and then hear about our process and tech stack. Next slide. So let's say you're Jerry, and you wake up on the morning of your birthday, July 3rd, to see wishes from your friends. You get a new notification, and it's this. So what's the problem here? Text messages like this are impersonal, generic, and just plain not fun. I wouldn't be happy if I received something like this on my birthday, so take note. Next slide, please. So what were our goals? We wanted to make greeting cards more interactive and thoughtful. The card making tool had to be easy to use, and it had to be easy to share the final card with the recipient. Next slide. Introducing mycarden.com. Carden is a portmanteau of the words card and garden. We made it mobile friendly, and here's how it works. You choose a template, customize it, and then send the link to the finished card to your friend. So next, let's introduce our team.
Hi guys, my name's Deval. So who am I? I like ML, but I can't do math. I'm a D&D enthusiast, a podcast listener, and a gamer, and a weeb. And I'm responsible sometimes. So what did I do in this project? First of all, I did nothing. And once we move on from that, I did the registration, the login, and the authentication. And I also did the deployment and Dockerized our software. And then apart from that, I helped my 200 IQ group members on various user stories.
Hey everyone, I'm George. Who am I? I don't like ML and I can't do math. I'm a professional code monkey and someone removed something from the slide. What did I do? I mainly worked on designing the database schema and set up and maintained the S3 database. Next slide. Next slide.
Hello, everyone. My name's Emily. Some things about myself. I can probably do math. I still don't like math. And I want to do ML, but I ended up dropping the course. So what did I do in this project? I designed some ideas for the card templates. I designed and implemented the front end for the card editor and not the majority of the functionality, which was done by Puneet. And I also did the front end for the Explore page.
Hi everyone, I'm Nivi. I was the only one who actually stood up during stand-ups, and I'm a space enthusiast. What did I do? I worked on all the pages that don't matter, so I made the landing page, I made the About Us page, dashboard, etc. I also did UI UX, and I'm pretty proud of the searching and sorting feature.
Hey everyone, I'm Raza. Some of my group mates talked about math. I'm not really sure what that is. The picture of me is about from 5 minutes ago. And then what did I do? I did dark mode, which is arguably the most important feature of our web app. I did the profile page. I provided emotional support, crying and debugging, as well as expert cheerleading.
This is Puneet, who couldn't make it. He's a really cool guy and he's big brain. And he took care of the most important feature of our project, which was the canvas editor.
Hi, my name is Mathieu. I'm a D&D Magic the Gathering and board game enthusiast. I worked on the backend routes and API, as well as saving and loading templates and the multiple canvas pages feature.
All right, so the thing that you guys are all waiting for, the demo. So if you guys go to mycardin.com, pasting the link in the chat, you can see our beautiful deployed site. And as Raza said, one of our most important features is dark mode. So let's demo that real quick. Wow, so aesthetically pleasing, am I right? But for the rest of the presentation, we'll switch back to light mode just for visibility purposes. So as you can see, our beautiful landing page, you can see a little message here. If you want to see more about Cardin, you guys can click the About page to see a little preamble here, and you can meet the team. And after that, you might want to make an account. So let's sign up an account here. Interesting. That's should be a picture there, but it's okay. Let's make an account. We'll do BongoSimp and BongoSimp at lance.com, and then you can type in the password. So you can type something in. If you forgot what you typed, you can show it, and you can confirm your password, and then you can click sign up. And the site decides to break when we're demoing. Perfect. Let's refresh this again. Maybe it's because of the traffic. It could be the traffic. Okay, let's try signing up again. Okay, waiting for mycardin.com. Oh, okay, I think too many people clicked the site. Interesting.
Can you just run it on localhost?
I'm on Windows. I could, but let's see. Let's hope this works again. Interesting. Well, this was not planned for. Amazing. Okay. Technical difficulties. Okay, how about you guys continue on with the presentation, and I'll switch to Linux so I can run it on localhost. And then we can do the demo at the end. George, you want to present?
Yeah, I'll share screen.
Sure.
All right. So assuming we went through the demo, which we'll go back to later, but for the process, Mathieu, can you take over?
Yep. So what are the conventions we used while we were developing our app was our sprint schedule. At the start of each sprint, we would have a 2-hour sprint planning meeting where we decide what user stories from the backlog we would add to the sprint and what would be assigned and who would be assigned to each story. Throughout the 2 weeks, we would have 5 stand-ups where we would notify each other about progress and about any blockers we were facing. And then 2 days before the end of the sprint, we would have a meeting to discuss what features are completed and what features we would want to present and what features we'd want to spend Thursday night finishing. We also had a Discord, and our Discord was organized into folders, one for each sprint, and each folder containing a separate channel for each feature to aid in organizing our communication. Some of the difficulties we faced were that a lot of our user stories ended up being too large and had to be broken down during the sprint. In addition, group members were assigned stories that were getting blocked by other stories on the critical path. And overall, we ended up assigning too many story points per sprint, which resulted in a lot of overtime as we tried to balance Cardin with the rest of our course load. As for what went well, stand-ups worked very well for our team. Everyone was present, and we were able to divert more people to a user story if there was a blocker that came up. We also had an amazing 11 out of 10 team. We worked very well together, and we ended up all becoming friends. And everyone dedicated a lot of time to this project.
In terms of software architecture, we ended up going with a 3-tier architecture using the MERN stack. For our presentation layer, we used the React and Chakra UI. Chakra UI acted as our as a simple, modular, and accessible component library that gave us building blocks needed for a React application, while React.js accepts user input and displays appropriate output based on the response from the application layer. For our backend, we made use of Docker, Node.js, Express.js, and AWS Lambda. We have already seen Node.js and Express.js, so I'll just go over the Docker and AWS and Lambda. For Docker, it mainly worked for developers to easily deploy and run server client on any OS and test it. As for AWS Lambda, it allowed us to create serverless endpoints between our application and the AWS S3 database. For the data layer, we had 2 primary databases. The first being MongoDB, which store information of users, finished card templates, and more information. As for the second being AWS S3 database, which mainly was for storing large images, audio, video, and GIF files. Some tech challenges we faced, we had to deal with Docker across different OSs, which raised issues when trying to deploy it on different OSs. Some of our members it was their first time doing front-end developing, so learning Chakra UI and Redux was a tough challenge. As for our members that dealt with the backend, all of Canvas was a tech challenge because we had to create it from scratch, since none of the components that already exist out there did not meet this expectation we wanted. And that's it. Hopefully the vol comes back soon. I'll answer the questions that we can. So currently we have quite a few bugs that we'd like to deal with. And I think mainly we want to fix the bugs that we have right now before adding more features. For the second question from Jagdev, from the nerds, I've never used Chakra UI before. What additional benefit does it provide over other UI component libraries like Material UI? Nivi, can you answer that?
Sure, we actually tried a couple of other UI component libraries, and we just liked the way that Chakra UI looked right out of the box, and it was also the easiest to use.
Okay, I might need presenter role again because I switched on. I couldn't join with my regular user ID. Oh, okay, thank you.
You have cam on, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, well, sorry for the technical difficulties. It looks like our backend server reached its capacity because everyone clicked. So my bad on that one. But we'll start where we left off. So we were registering. So I guess let's make a new account real quick. bongo@lance.com. And type in the password real quick. Bongo is cool. If you want to show the password, you can show the password. And then if we sign up, you're led to the dashboard. And in the dashboard, you can see what cars you have. And since we just made a new account, there's nothing here. But what we can do is start browsing the templates. So if we browse the templates, it'll load all the templates that we have. And you can see the different templates like Aaron, Cool Pikachu, another one because why not, right? And you guys can sort the templates as well. So by popularity, alphabetical, oldest, or newest. If we do alphabetical, you can see it gets sorted by alphabetical. If you want to search a specific one, you can search for something, and it'll yield that result. And we also have a liking feature. So this one has 421 likes, and this one is a pretty good one, right? So let's like it. And then it has 422. We can like this, and now it has 70 likes. But you know what? I don't want to like it. So let me dislike it, and it's back to 69 likes, like it should be. Now, we also have a use this template feature, but that's an academic offense. And in CSC 301, we don't do academic offenses. So let's create a card instead. So if we go to create a card, this is basically what our entire site is. You have so many options here. You have uploading images, you can add text, you can add images, you can add buttons, you can change the background color, you can change the width and the height of the canvas. And let's start off by uploading some image. So let's upload an image, 301, and let's do amazing.gif. And if we upload this, it'll say image successfully uploaded, and then you can see our image right here. And then you can move it around. You can resize it as such. After you resize it, you can move it around with this as well, or you can drag and drop it. Then you can add some text, and text might be the simplest thing, but sometimes it's also the most important thing. And you know what else is important? Our mark on this presentation, even though it crashed the deployed site. So Ilir, please give us marks, okay? Thanks. After that, you can change the font. So we have Arial here, we have Arial Black here, we have other fonts as well. You can increase the font size, you can change the color of the text, like so. You can move the text around, you can style the text, like bold, italicize, underline it, you can align it differently. And again, you can move it around wherever you please. You can change the box width to rearrange how it looks like a little bit. After that, you can also add images. And these are from external sources, unlike the one where we uploaded. So if we, search an image real quick, and let's open this image in a new tab. If I get the URL here and I paste the URL as a source, you can see the image here. And again, we can style this as we want it to. After that, you can also add pages to your cards, because one page is not enough to tell a good story sometimes, right? So if we add a page, you can add some more text here, right? Some more important stuff, like Juan is really cool and is zaddy, okay? But say you want to go from page 1 to page 2. How would I do that, right? Well, that's where the buttons come in. So if we have a button here, we can write something like go to next page for fun, right? We can resize it so it looks a little better. And then we can link it to pages. So we can link this to page 2. And now if I click on it, it links me to page 2. Okay, how beautiful, how beautiful. Something else you can do with buttons is you can link it to external sources. So if we, get a video here, let's get this YouTube video, and we put the link over here and change this to cool video. And then if I click this button, it'll link me to that. It'll link me to that external source. So this is pretty cool and all, right? But you might want to send it to your friends, right? And share it. So if you click the share button, it'll ask you to please save the template in order to generate a share link. So why don't we go on and do that? Let's save this template. And then once it's saved, if we click the share button again, it'll generate the unique share link. And now if this was on the deployed site, this wouldn't say localhost, it will say mycardin.com. But for now, since the deployed site's broken, let's copy this, and you can click with the copy button as well. And if you go here, it'll display the site, display the card, sorry. And please forgive the formatting a bit over here, because it's a little wonky, but that's a bug for another day, right? And one thing I forgot to mention, when you go here, say I don't want this image anymore, I can delete it to get rid of entities on the thing. Okay, so now once we're done that, and this is saved, let's go back out and let's log in as another user. So we'll log in as Mikasa because Mikasa is Bay, right? And we'll log in. And then now in the Your Cards section, you can see the cards that Mikasa has. And then if we go to Browse Templates, you can see that there's even more cards like the one we just saved, right? So all of that shows. And so yeah, that's a pretty cool thing. Hopefully when our server has more capacity, you guys can check out our site and play around with it. But until then, that's our demo.
All right. Thank you 301 Weebs for all of that. It was a really great presentation, really awesome demo. You guys even moved along, even when facing technical difficulties. Sadly, we can't. We did answer questions earlier, so we can't really answer them right now because we are 2 minutes over time. Anyways, everyone give a round of applause for 301 Weebs in the group in the chat. Make noise. I wonder if Valeri's there to say that. Anyways, up next we have the nerds presenting. So we'll figure that out. Make you guys presenters, and then we'll move on.
I think I make everyone be the presenter now. So the nerds, you could start now. Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, so my name is Juan. I'm a member of the team The Nerds, and our project is Fire. It's a video editor on the web. And yeah. So before we talk about our application and the details of it, I would like to give a product demo to kind of give you a context of what our application look like. So yeah, this is a login page. This is the first page that you see when you go to the website. We use Google authentication to log in. So I could just log in by Google and get into the first page, which you can see is the projects section, where the user can create projects and edit them. So for instance, I could create a project. I could give it some frame rate, some width and height. And for now, I'm just going to give it a name. So it creates a project for me here. I can also go in back, rename it, and so on. So bring it back to testing. Right after you create the project, this is where the project, all projects of the user can sit. Then the user can click on the project, which gets us to our main video editor. So I'm just gonna load in a video, and then so we can have multiple videos here. I'm just gonna drag one of them in the timeline. So here's the video which plays just as normal. So the first key feature that we have is we can select the video. We can go to some set time and probably say add a keyframe. Once we add a keyframe, I could probably crop the video, right? And then what it does is this keyframe allows it to transition and create an animation. So it animates the video linearly between the two intervals, right? So I could do something similar for scaling. I could add another keyframe, scale it the way I want, and probably a one for position and change this position, and it would just do all of the things linearly between them. right? So that's our first key feature is keyframing of the video. Then we have the basic features, just like you can just delete the video from the timeline. You could drag it back up. You could select the video, go to some set time, split it. So this turns into 2 segments. You can move them around. So now this video turned into 2 independent segments, so you can play them. There would be a slight pause, and then the video starts playing back again. Similarly, you can move them here. You can overlay them on top of each other, so they would play at the same time. Right. You could trim the duration of the video. So in case you want to make the video shorter, you could trim it. You can move it back up, join them together. So that's sort of the trimming, editing details which forms a second key feature. And the third feature is actually the actual rendering of the video getting rendered here. So for example, if I have a video here, I could play this video with the audio. It's your birthday today. It's your birthday. So that kind of plays both the things together, and then I could just delete it. So once I have the video, say I set some keyframe to it, and I'm happy, I have edited it, I could just save the video. So this would save the video to our backend, which is Mongo here. So I could just refresh. It's a bit of our time. And then you can see the video being stored with its metadata in the backend. And the last feature that we have is the ability to export. So I could take my video here and I could click on export. So it would export the video and then it gets downloaded. I might just have to. Just give me a second. Oops. So I could just go to downloads. I could open it with Firefox just so I can show you plays, and then that's the same transitioning effect that is being exported, being downloaded to your application. That's pretty much it. That's kind of our editor. So I would now go back to the slides, and then we can talk about. So that's the key features that I kind of explained. That is the ability to keyframe the video, manipulate the video using crop, scale, trim, move, split, and then the actual rendering of the video that the backend that handles that allows us to export the video with the edited features and display it.
Hi everyone, this is Jagdev, and I'll be talking about the software architecture of our project. So our architecture is based on the traditional model view controller architecture. The playback controller contains the routes, which renders different pages depending on how user navigates to the website. And this also includes an export page, about page, projects page, login and editor page, which was just showed in the demo by Rohan. Then the playback controller also sends the state changes from the project and video editor page to our modules consisting of a project and a media manager. The project manager creates, modifies, and deletes projects created by the user, and then media manager applies direct video manipulation from user uploaded videos. Rohan, next slide. So this is the tech stack. So we use React, Node.js, WebGL, API library, and MongoDB. So WebGL is a JavaScript API for rendering interactive 2D graphics within any compatible web browser without the use of plugins. And we implement a RESTful API using Node.js Express. And the database stores the complete skeleton of the edited project, which includes keyframes and all the video metadata, which was shown by Rohan during the demo. And we also use React for our front-end UI components, which makes our UI pretty good. So I'm going to hand over to Julian now.
Hello, my name is Julian, and I worked on the WebGL rendering pipeline. And that brought along a lot of issues with the web. There's a lot of limitations that we faced, which came from the fact that the web is not very well suited to do this kind of operation. They don't have any methods for frame-by-frame playback and frame-by-frame recording. So our little bit of a workarounds that we had to do was have a limited error approach, as in we play all the videos simultaneously, and if they get out of sync, we pause everything, resynchronize everything, and continue playback and recording. This makes our output video not frame perfect, but it's really close. It's only a limited error by a couple frames off. So overall, this really did cause us interesting difficulties. Also, we had issues learning React, as our entire team was not very familiar with React and web development in general. It was a very difficult learning experience, but we persevered through it.
My name is Mohammed, and I've worked on the front end, specifically the UI part of the project. And the difficulties that we faced really as a team, especially towards the beginning, was trying to figure out a time that works with everyone's schedule. At the end, we're all students that have a lot of projects to handle, and this is just another project on top of everything else we have. The other thing was figuring out what is everybody else good at and what is everyone not good at, and also trying to figure out how do we want to categorize our team members, who's going to do the specific feature, who's going to be working on the front end, and what does everyone like and don't like. And because it was a new language to a lot of us, it was a little bit difficult for us to figure out which direction everyone needed to go. Finally, the problem that we also were facing with was different coding styles. Everyone had their own understanding of how an optimized code should look like, and what kind of commenting style should be used. So it was a little bit hard at the beginning to try to put everyone into a same coding style so everyone will be able to understand each other. Now we're going to be walking into how we improve the team.
Right. So teamwork's really important to actually complete this project, right? So what we did is we used Discord as the central source of communications rather than using emails or anything slower than that. It's really important that we had consistent meetings with all our group members, right, to deliver us continuous feedback, as well as handling bottleneck issues as soon as possible is very important, because a lot of dependencies can slow down a sprint, for example, and that could slow down development and the progress we plan on doing for the week. Pairing up with a team member to actually do code reviews and merges for the rest of the project is really important too, rather than just relying on somebody to come through and accept the pull request, right? If anyone does decide to fall back, right, with their work, peer programming allowed us to actually aid in the development of their task. So with maybe 2 minds greater than 1, right? So allowing someone to finish their task if they're having difficulties was also a really good boost for us. We also followed a few principles, right? So we tried our best to actually write simpler and really clean code, as well as maintainable code, right, that we plan on reusing a lot throughout the entire project.
Yeah, so we just give a brief interview, overview of our team. So my name is Rohan, and I kind of worked on the keyframe aspect of the project, along with parts of the backend RESTful API, and there's a few React components like the media pool.
Hello, my name is Julian. As I introduced before, I worked on the whole rendering pipeline using the WebGL API. This also included all of the keyframe interpolation to actually render the video and video compositing.
Hi, this is Jagdev again. And I worked on scaling and the login features of the application. So by scaling, I mean like zooming in, zooming out, and then positioning the keyframes. And we implemented login using OAuth.
Hi, I'm Bhavik, and I work on the backend development, like backend communication with our database when a user wants to create a new project. And I also implemented the export feature of our project, like whenever a user want to export the feature, export our project whenever he's done editing it, so he can export it.
Hi, my name is Mohammed, and as already said, I worked on the UI. The main part was really redesigning the platform, adding the visuals, and refactoring the codes of the fellow team members to make sure that it followed our UI design.
I'm Thomas, and I worked on the segment manipulation portion, so allowing the user to actually split segments and interpolate keyframes and the animations as a user defines the timeline.
Hi, my name is Elise. I worked on delete functionality, which is deleting project locally and from database to update the data we store. I also worked on saving edited videos locally. That's it for me. Thank you for listening. We will take any questions.
There are a few questions in the chat, but I think I first want to say, because everyone is feeling this way, that this was a really, really impressive project. I think Sergey wanted to say, like from a design perspective, it's like this is like a tool that's a good rival to some of the online tools right now out there. And like this is not an easy thing to do, as he says, and like I really hope you guys recognize that this is a really impressive project. And moving on to sort of the questions, Sergey again, he asks, like he's wondering if you guys had any issues with memory performance, like loading videos and modifying them like this, like isn't a light task, especially in a browser.
Julian, you want to take that question?
Sure, I'll take that question. We actually used WebGL because we wanted to stick to native browser APIs. We were looking to using FFmpeg to do frame-by-frame video loading and saving, but that's too slow because it's not hardware accelerated. So that's why we stuck with the native browser APIs, which are hardware accelerated. So they actually have GPU support, so we actually get good performance out of this. So it shouldn't be too bad. The browser also deals with loading and saving, so there again, as fast as can possibly be, because we're not doing this in user space, but it's really what the browser does for us.
Awesome. So I think Daniel asks number 3, he asks, how hard or complex was learning or using the WebGL API for your use case?
Learning the WebGL API was not too difficult. There's a lot of documentation online, and it's very, very similar to OpenGL. So if you ever use OpenGL, you'll find that the WebGL API is very, very similar, just with a little bit without the boilerplate, because it is the web, they make everything easier. But it was moderately complex, but not too overwhelming.
Awesome. Vivi from Devastating asks, is your team planning on continuing this project? If yes, would you implement direct export to platforms like YouTube and Facebook instead of just locally?
We very well could could take this project further, but at the moment we don't have any plans for continuing it. If enough people request that we continue it, we can. There are a couple of things we would like to improve if we were to continue it, as in we would make it a progressive web app and deploy it and do a bunch of other things. But we would also consider putting direct exports to platforms like YouTube and Facebook, but then we have to integrate with their login and authentication. So at the moment, no.
I did have a question for myself. It seems like you guys did a lot in this presentation. Were there any features or any features you guys were not able to get to or finish when it comes to this project?
Yeah, so
the biggest.
Julian, go ahead.
I'll let you, Rohan.
Okay, so the primary thing that we sort of, I mean, I could also showcase it a bit, was the fact that our saving of the video is not as efficient as we would have liked. I don't think I have Mongo up, or it doesn't let me escape it. Okay, yeah. So when we are saving a video, you see it's like one video is 6.7 megs, so it takes quite a bit of time to just download it, right? So there, but since you're on the web, that kind of brings a limitation along with it. So that kind of slows down our process. So that's something, if you want to take this project ahead, as a limitation. So because we were saving so much metadata, it became that much more complex to sort of fetch the video back into our application. So right now we're able to completely save the video, but in order to re-render it, if say the user wants to come at a later time, that's something we weren't able to finish in time for this sprint.
Cool, awesome. Thanks for answering that. I think we have time for one more question if anyone has one right away. Okay, so David from Stu's Mansion really quickly asks, after working extensively with React, what would you consider would be the advantages of React over other frameworks like Vue or split JavaScript, CSL, and HTML?
Advantages of React over the other frameworks, or over basic JavaScript, CSS, and HTML, is development speed. It's a lot easier to develop a good user interface that's very interactive. Client side, especially single page applications with just React. Vue, we were not very familiar with other frameworks like Vue or Svelte, and we wanted React as it is the most widely used framework. So there's the most support, the most documentation for this one.
Cool, awesome. Anyways, we're at 2 o'clock, so I want to give one more giant round of applause. Everyone in the chat, make some noise, please. This was a really awesome project. It'd be awesome if you guys continue this, or like just download the repo outside of this, because it's a really awesome project. I'm sure everyone shares the same sentiment, and good job, guys, on this. I think for the next group we have is randomized.
Hey everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, can hear you. Can hear
Alright.
Hello, hello.
Alright.
Sammy, do you wanna share the
Yeah,
PowerPoint?
I think I have to be the presenter to do this.
Yeah. Give the TAs 1 second.
Okay,
Qixing, Owen, Sunny.
Can
Tianchen.
everyone see my screen?
Hold on a sec. We're still missing Muchi and Scott as our presenter. Muchi, Scott, okay.
Do we have James
Yep,
here?
Muchi. We have everyone here? And do we have James?
Do we also have James? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Great. Have everyone here?
So, hello everyone. We're Team Randomize. First of all, thank you for joining our final presentation. My name is Yu Xie, and I'm also the team leader of our team. For this project, we're working with housing technology, and we also have James joining our presentation today. We're a team of 7 building a web app, so we're divided into 3 smaller groups. We have William, Muchi, and Tianchen working on the front end, Owen and Qixing working on the back end for the first 2 sprints, and then they moved to the front end for the rest of the project. Lastly, we have Scott, who is working on ML. So now we'll have each of our team members talking about their individual contribution for the project, starting with William.
Hello, I'm William. I work on front end for the whole project. I mainly work on the Stripe checkout, which allows the user to pay their payments of their subscription to Housing. And also I worked on the deployments of the app. I'll post the app link after I finish the speak. Yeah, and then Muchi can go next.
Hello everyone, I'm Muchi, and I work on the at-home listing page where the users can add their houses to our website. Also, the request tour page where the users can book a tour to visit the house he wants to. So the next one will be Tianchen.
So I'm Tianchen, and I have worked on the search feature on the listing page, as well as the send offer page, which allows the user to send a sell offer to a listing or house that he or she wants. Next, we go to Qixing.
Hi everyone, my name is Qixing, and for this app I was working on the login page and authentication, detail page, and the MLS data feeds, and also some of the backend APIs.
Hello everyone, I'm Owen. I work on the listing page, which include the Google Map backend segment, which track users' action, filter the listing, pagination, and some responsive design. I also work on some API, backend API.
Hey everyone, I'm Scott. I worked on the machine learning part of this project, and this included using a bunch of data pertaining to different houses at the housing market, such as the price it was sold for and the size and stuff. We used a bunch of different models in the forms of regression, regularization, and combination of both in an effort to average out multiple models for more accurate prediction.
So back to our product. The product that we're building is a real estate web app. Just like all other real estate web apps, our users can post their houses for sale or for rent, and can also view the properties that are others listed. But what differentiates our product with the others is that we support our users with AI agents. To be more specific, our product will analyze the seller's property from many different aspects. For example, noise levels, convenience store, traffic, nearby grocery shops, and even from the trade history in similar properties. Our machine learning agent will learn from these data and generate a robust analysis on the pricing and suggest it to both the buyers and the sellers. We're using MVC as our software architecture. Our models includes the databases and the APIs that changes the database, and also the ML model that generates price prediction. The model updates the view, which are all the pages that the users can see when using our app. And the controllers manipulate our model by sending all user infos and SMS for OTP. As for technology, our front end is using a server-side rendering with Next.js, and our APIs are hosted on another Express server, which executes a Python script to fetch third-party data, and then further performs CRUD operations to our database. The biggest challenge that we encounter might be understanding the original code from Hauzy to get started, and we had to read a lot of documentations during the process because of using unfamiliar technologies, for example, Next.js routing. So basically how we overcome this is to read a lot of docs carefully and have team members who understands the concept guide the other members. We'll be demonstrating 3 main features of our product, and I'll be passing on to Muti for now. She'll give us a demo on the ad listing page.
Hello everyone, this is Muji, and I'm gonna introduce the ad sale listing page. So the user will starting with adding a short description of the house he's adding, and then the user will gonna fill out some overview of the house, such as the sizes, the number of beds, bathroom, and parking, and then it's the address of the house. And then we will confirm whether this address is valid and show the pin on Google Maps. And then is the availability date, which represents when the house is available for sale. And then the property features is just adding some text. We have this built-in text, and the user can add some text of their own. Just click on plus. So nearby features is similar to property features. And then the open house date, where someone can visit this house and take a look at it more closely. So this is a suggested price from the machine learning model we have, but the user will still have to decide the selling price of his or her own. And then the user can upload some photos of the house, which will be uploaded to our image server. And then the user can choose to have a premium plan to get more views of this house. So I'll just stick with the free plan for now. And then everything is all set, and we'll be back to dashboard. So that's all from my part. I'll pass to Owen to introduce the listing page.
Okay. So when you go on the listing page, you first take your current location, and the pin will be displayed on the map. Then, like, the closest listing will be displayed, and we're splitting the data between 10 subset of listings instead of everything, so we can see it's being split between 10 listings. So so that's the filter. You can look like for only 2 birds. So listing with only 2 birds. So when you press search, you just have the listing updated. And then there are more filters. Minimum price, max price, you can all add these. So for now, just add a swimming pool. So filter with only the swimming pool, and that's the only listing which only one swimming pool. And now we might want to remove everything. So swimming pool, everything. Look for all kind of listing for buy specifically. So yeah, so that's the you just re-update. And yeah, and that's the pagination. So you can go between listing between tens of listings. So you can just go different listing, and you will update on the map like which listing is being displayed on right now. You can click on the pin, and the pin will have display of the product card. Or you can click on this one. Some don't have image, just the data, and that's the circle thing on top of the pin is just the address of the current thing that I'm hovering on for the pin. And then when you click on the listing, so on the product card, it will go to the detail page which Shishin worked on.
Hi everyone, just give me a moment to share my screen. Hi everyone, my name is Chishin, and after you are logged in and click on one of the listing from the listing page, you will be navigated to the detail page. And the detail page is where you can see all of the information about this building specifically. And on the very top, you can see the address of this building along with the postal code and the pricing information. And here you are gonna see the bunch of images that the user uploaded. And here is the number of bedrooms and date listed, and these are just the basic information of this building. And here is the nearby feature, and this is going to show you all of the nearby amenities surrounding this house, but this is beyond scope of MVP, so we haven't done that so far. And down here we have a Google map that shows you the location of this building. Okay, and down here is just a bunch of tools that will help user to analyze the pricing information of this house. And it will compare the price of this house with the neighboring prices. And the payment calculator is a tool that will help user to calculate the amount of money they need to pay back to the bank. It's called mortgage calculator. And here is the market insight. Market insight is where our machine learning model will predict on the price of this house. So our machine learning model will tell the user how much money that the machine learning model thinks this building is worth. And at the very bottom, you can see the similar homes and the nearby homes. The similar homes is going to find you all of the all of the houses with similar attributes within 5 kilometers. And nearby homes is just gonna brute-forcefully list all of the buildings within 1 kilometer. And after the user is satisfied with this house, then they can schedule a tour with the owner of this house. And after they are satisfied with the tour, they can send an offer and wait for the owner of this house to accept the offer. Then they can proceed to the payment page. And after all that, I will let Scott to introduce you the machine learning model of our project. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, so I can't show you the code because I signed a contract saying that I won't do that. But I'll just tell you a brief overview. And so some of the things done were sentiment scoring for advertising of a house. So how positive, neutral, negative an advertisement sounds. So like a house located on the beach sounds nicer than a house located on the highway and things like that. Reduction of skewness of the data. So use boxcox function to reduce this, but you could also use the log. Played around with a lot of features that were more highly correlated to pick features that impacted price more. And we used a bunch of different models, and we used a lot of forms of it's not that bad. It's actually not that bad, but it's yeah, so we used a lot of models, and so we have a bunch of different regressions. So lasso model, ridge model, and we used elastic net, so that combines penalties of lasso and ridge together, which is elastic net does that for the lasso and ridge. And so it also uses regularization and regression, and that helps discourage overfitting. And we also tried a lot to average out different models. So we used elastic net gradient boosting, which is like decision trees. So it's kind of where you're going to go. You have KRR, so ridge regression, with there's this thing called a kernel trick, and it's just kind of basically reduces computational costs. And then we use that for lasso, and we just average all that out to kind of get the best prediction possible. And that's pretty much it.
I think that's all for our presentation. Thank you everyone for hearing us. Do you guys have any questions? You can just type them out in the chat.
Okay, I guess I'll start it off. So did you guys, how are you guys handling scalability? Because like this is going to be deployed eventually, right? And did the product owners set any like transactions per day or transactions per second that you guys have to meet?
No, we haven't gone that far yet, but our backend database is using MongoDB, and MongoDB is known as very scalable, right? So we can just easily scale them by using the replica sets.
Okay, I see. Yeah, but there's also other parts like the servers handling serving like the page requests, as well as like your backend like REST APIs and stuff.
So in terms of server, since we're hosting on Heroku, and I forgot to mention, but we are hosting our backends on DigitalOcean. Handling those requests will be just a matter of, I believe, just matter of increasing the spec of the computer of the server, I'll say. So right now, since we're just for demoing, we're using the free tier for both Heroku and DigitalOcean. But I believe Halsey can just once the user amount is increased and the server is overflowed, I think it's easier for them to just change the plan and yeah, just handles the transactions. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Not sure if James
Does
has
chat
any
have any more questions?
Our product owner, James, is here, so he might have some question.
No, great work. I mean, my only question was, would the code be merged, supplied, or would it be individual codes that would be supplied?
I'll do that after the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay, if that's it, then good job, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, the next team that's presenting is Stu's Mansion. I think you guys are already presenters, so feel free to start whenever.
Okay. We're just waiting on Brendan to show the demo and the slides for now. Hello, David. You here? Sorry, give us a second. I think we're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sharing the slides.
All right, hello, hello.
Okay, there we
Hello.
go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, okay. So
Yep.
yeah, so we're ready. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So first, welcome to our presentation. And today, my team and I are going to introduce Bread to all of you. So Bread is a gaming-centered social hub. Our goal is to bring a platform for sharing categorized gaming content within the gaming community. Our key users are anyone who is interested in sharing gaming-related content or anyone who is interested in viewing them. This includes general gamers who place in their parents' basements to game developers looking to form a community. Well, in other words, people like our users will be either who wants to share game content or people who are interested in checking them. This product is designed with dedicated gaming communities and their members in mind, and this is meant to provide a space for them to produce quality content and promote healthy and non-toxic online social interactions. So without further ado, let's do a demo to show you what our Bread can do.
All right. So I'll be doing the demo. Give me a second. Can you guys see my screen?
Nope. Yeah.
Yep, you're on. Okay. So right now, so this is our login page. So essentially, it's works like a social media, right? Because that's what it really is. So first, why don't we register? So let me register under this username is already taken, so I'll just get something else. Then we'll just why don't we use our uToronto mail and give it a password of I don't know password. If I try to register this, it's gonna say it's gonna give an error. So we do some form field validation, and let's just say let's take a username that's already been taken. So if I try this, yeah, I'm not. I don't think that. Oh, I guess it did. Oh, I guess the user didn't exist then. Well, anyway, so yeah, now this is the home page. As you can see, there's currently nothing on there yet. So if I go to the home page here, this should display a bunch of trending pictures right now on the site. And yeah, so basically, we have an algorithm right now that kind of takes the top 10 like most trending and puts it on your homepage. Then we can also create a new post here. So I can choose a file and let's just say I wanted to post this bread picture, give it some description like I don't know, bread, and we can also add a few tags here like bread, like one, I don't know, whatever, and then we'll post this. And posting takes a bit long because our backend, yeah. So yeah, right. So yeah, here it doesn't show up on the trending because it doesn't detect it as trending, but on this profile on our profile page now, it should show it should show the picture, and if I add the new post, it should slowly start listing more posts like that on our profile page. Now, if I click someone else's profile, so let's say Spiro B here. So I can start following and follow people as well. So right now, this Spiro B account has 2 followers and 1 following. If I click follow like this, yeah, so now it's following and the number has updated. And if someone, yeah, so now if someone follows me as well, then my following increase would go up as well. Now we also have a search bar up here that allows us to search for users. So earlier we were just looking at Spiro B, so it should show up here.
again, sometimes it takes a bit of time to load up, but then that's only because we're using like the free version of our backend, which is Firebase. And then I can also search other users. See, so these are all the existing usernames right now. There's a bunch of accounts, and basically every time I type a letter here, it's gonna refresh every time. So it's like live feedback every time I query. So yeah, that is basically it for our functionality. So yeah, I'll take it back to the presentation now. So yeah.
Brendan, you haven't stopped streaming yet?
Yeah.
Can you guys see the slides?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, this is our development process. These are some of the contributions that we've made. Let's start with Stu. Will present or will give an insight on what he contributed.
Yeah, so as you guys can see, the front page and the home page, that I was in charge of doing that. So you can see the layout of the home page. We're using a vertical column for the first top 10 trending pages, and we have a little box on the left-hand side, which is a short profile informations. Before I do anything, I'll say sorry because right now I'm currently in China, and if I'm start streaming, my internet is gonna give me a huge issue, so I won't be able to streaming and telling you guys how I actually designed the whole layout. But as you can see, our website is not really that complicated as in terms of designs, because we decided to make it simple. So when gamers or any of our users are starting using our website, they can always find what they want in a really quick seconds. So they don't have to go all the way around to see all the fancy things to get what they actually want. Because it's for gaming. That's why we want to keep it simple, keep it fast. And also you guys can see those icons that we use in this website are, it probably looks like familiar to you because we decided to, I don't know, we're trying to create a vibe that feels like home for those gamers. So when they're actually browsing this website, they can feel like, oh, this is where I belong. So they can have like attached feelings. Yeah, basically that's my contribution to this whole project, and I will move on.
Right.
Give to Jeffy. Oh yeah, also Brandon.
Oh no,
Sorry.
I'm doing. So yeah, I'll be. So about user posts. I was one who was tasked with creating the user posting interface. So a while ago, I kind of demonstrated how a user post is done, and I was also responsible for hooking up the user posting to the backend so that it properly reflects on the people's on the users' accounts, and so that they'd be listed. And I also kind of did a little bit of user posting integration to the front end so that it reflects on the home page as well. So mainly this I touched on a bit earlier, the backend was used. The backend uses Firebase, so we had to do some, and the front end uses React. So we using React, I used some functions and defined some Firebase functions also as well in the backend to be called in the front end. And I did some validation. We did someone else, another member did image upload, but I worked with him to essentially do to essentially do this user posting thing. So yeah, so I'll take it to the next person who's going to talk about their feature.
Okay, so I was in charge of the inner user system, which was divided into two sections, follow and system, and I also did some part of the front end for the design page for the register and the login page. This section of the program consisted a lot with the front end and back end. So I had a hard time of integrating the functions, and I had to work a lot with Spiro and Kevin with all these functionalities that we are implementing. And yeah, that's my contribution to this project. So next I'll pass on to the email-based account,
Yeah,
which is Jeffy, I think.
Yeah. So I did the email base account, which is basically the user account. The user is able to register using their email and password, and when they click the register button, it calls a Firebase function and checks for whether their password is weak or if they already have an account under the email, so that they wouldn't create like a duplicate account. And then it also initialize a document inside a table called users, which holds all their user information, including their follower count, their posts, number of likes, and etc. And since I've never used Firebase or learned JavaScript before, so it's a little bit difficult for me at first, but like I was able to learn a lot of things from this, and it was a very fun experience. And since my tasks were kind of easier than the other ones, I also helped with the creating other Firebase functions and make the search bar work, and also make the trending post work. So next I'll pass that up to Spiro. He's going to talk about the Firebase backend.
Hey guys, so I was in charge of the Firebase backend, and more specifically the Firebase functions and categorized storage. So to do this, I sort of had to go through and learn a lot of the Firebase technology, read through the documentation, watch tutorials, just to sort of learn the technology. I was responsible for creating both callable functions and triggers. So for example, when following a user, when you click the button, that's a function we wanted to be callable by the front end. But since we were using Firebase authentication, we also needed triggers. So when someone signed up or registered using that service, we got the appropriate data stored in our database as well. So once I sort of created these callable functions and triggers, I deployed them onto the Firebase server, where the front end could sort of use them to indirectly interact with the database. I'll now pass it over to David to explain content upload.
David?
It looks like we lost David. We can just go on to integration for now, and we can come back to
He
it.
said his mic is not working. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just talk about integration for now. So integration, I was in charge of just coordinating with the front end and the back end team just to work together and get the back end hooked up with the front end. So more specifically, getting the Firebase functions, which is the API endpoint, hooked up with the front end, which was also using Firebase. I mainly worked on that. I had to communicate with both teams to tell them what I needed from the front end, what I needed from the back end, which helped me put everything together faster. Some of the issues I ran into with this was that Firebase, since we were using the free version, like Brendan mentioned in the demo, the functions were very slow. So I had to make sure that it was harder to test it, because sometimes it would take 5 or 6 seconds to actually run something, and it made it very annoying to actually see if it actually works or if something errored out. Another thing with the endpoints is that the errors there is no proper console for the errors when you're using Firebase functions. You have to use their own console to check and debug.
Right.
All right, sorry about that. My name's David. My mic's working now. Some minor issue, but one of my contribution was content upload, and it's centered around an intuitive upload system. We wanted to although we wanted a unique platform, we still wanted user to be able to recognize how to upload things with ease. And one of the biggest hurdles was actually categorizing files, because we didn't want to store all the files in the same part of Firestore. And looking through data through file typings and file extensions, there are reliable and unreliable methods. We ended up just working with extensions and categorizing them, for example, images and videos based off of their extension values. But yeah, this whole project has been a challenge with our team coercion, and I will further explore in the next slides the difficulties that we faced as a group. So there are several procedural complications. There's the design and redesign throughout our learning process, our time zone management, and deadline management. So for design and redesign, for this project has been a unique learning experience for all of us, as none of us had React nor Firebase experience coming into this. A lot of self-taught new skill sets caused us to divide up our learning procedure. So we had people set on learning React, we had specific groups set to learn Firebase, and in the end, we needed to put it all together. We ended up overcoming such hurdles by actually helping each other out. So for example, someone who's working on a front-end display React, if they find out something or if they search up information that may help another group mate, then they would share that experience with them. They would help them out with their project. Time zone wise, that was actually quite unique for us. We were working with teammates in different time zones, so communication was kind of hard to organize. We ended up dividing our group into 3 sub-teams with similar schedulings, so we can work around the time conflicts. So deadline management, for our entire team, we're experiencing our second round of third-year CS course workload, and there are several of us that actually took different courses, which means our deadlines didn't match up, our free time didn't match up. So we ended up creating a tiered management system where people with closer course loads or similar course loads, similar courses, would end up working through someone who would pass down information or pass down communication through one specific group. And yeah, that was how we tackled our difficulties. And next, we're going to talk about the 3-tier architecture. Take it away, Kevin.
So since we don't have a lot of time left, I'll just run through this very quick. So for the front end, we use React and Bootstrap to show the presentation layer. Application layer ran 2 servers. One is the Node.js server, which was serving the static web page. The other was the the Firebase functions, which was a server to host the endpoints. For data layers, we had 3. One was the Google Firebase authentication database, which stored all the user information. 2, the middleware, it was like a middle database to store the posts and the links to the post. And the third one was the Google Cloud Storage, which stored all the physical images in the database.
Right, next we're going to talk about the tech and tools we use. Of course, as we all have common tools that we shared were with Jira and GitHub. However, our team has chosen to use React for front end and Firebase mainly for back end, as well as unique integration in between. I say Kevin would talk about a bit about React and our experience with React, and Spiro will finish off with our experience with Firebase.
So React was we all didn't know what we were doing at the start, so we were all learning React at the same time. Some of the React framework didn't really work with the Firebase stuff, so we had to go through a bunch of loopholes to get some of them working. I'll just let Spiro explain the rest. Sorry, we just don't have time, so.
Yeah, so really quickly, Firebase was honestly, it was pretty similar to a lot of the other database systems we'd used, like MongoDB. It was also very well documented, so in isolation, it wasn't too hard to use, but again, just reiterating what Kevin said, sometimes combining technologies could be a little bit difficult.
Okay, that is all for our presentation. We're open to any questions.
I think we're a bit over, so I think we might have to skip Q&A.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. But good luck on the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next is Dream Team. I think you guys are presenters already.
Yeah, let's go.
Yep. Okay. Wait, I'm not in the presenter.
Yeah, I'm a presenter, but I'm not gonna share the screen.
Okay, I'm good now. Okay. All right. So, can you guys see what I'm sharing right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually,
You're on the last slide.
let's go to the first one. Okay. So,
Sorry, one of our members is still within the participants section. Arnaud.
Yep. Arnaud.
Okay, I think it's good now.
okay. Okay. So, I'm gonna begin the presentation now. All right. Hey everyone, we're Dream Team, and today we are presenting our project Dream Code. Sorry, just give me a second. For the presentation, first we'll introduce our project. We'll then talk about us, Dream Team. Then finally, we'll take any questions from the audience.
Right.
Dream Code is a web application created for young Python enthusiasts. The inspiration for Dream Code came from the web applications Flexbox Froggy and CSS Grid Garden. Flexbox Froggy and CSS Grid Garden use visual games as an aid in teaching users about CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid. We thought that the idea of using a visual game as an aid made the learning process more intuitive and enjoyable. However, we wanted the game to be the main learning tool and have the code as a side aid instead. Therefore, our games are designed so that the user can play the game while seeing their actions translated to code on the side. Now let's introduce the team. Hi, my name is Javen. I worked on the dashboard page, the if statement game, and the dictionary game. I was also in charge of website deployment and maintenance. Hello, I'm Akeem. I worked on setting up the server and the database in the backend, and then I mainly worked on the navbar navigation and the user account in the front end.
Hi, I'm Komo, and I was the full stack on this project. I worked on the settings page, changing password and user bio, as well as the daily challenges.
Hi, I'm Arno, and I was involved with the front end for the website where I implemented a couple of the games to show the stack and queue data structures.
Hello, this is Helmac, and I'm another full stack. I worked on the sorting and the tracking of the number of moves.
Hi, I'm Jaisal. I worked mostly on the front end of pages including the landing page, contact and profile page, and games such as the list game, Hello World, and tree traversals.
I'm Sukhman, and I worked on the Python Learning Resources page, the problem repository, and the day-night mode.
Okay, so now we're gonna get to the project demo, and I'm just gonna navigate to the website here. So we're here. Can you let me know if you can see the website, just to make sure that I'm sharing the right window?
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can see it. Okay. So the
Okay.
first
One of
one
our
will be
games is called Python List, and it aims to teach beginners the basic list methods in Python. So first we have the tutorial page where the user can read about Python lists and learn basic syntax and common methods. And after reading this information, they can practice with the game. So here the user is given a shopping list with a list of items, And the goal is simple, to match the items in the shopping list with items in the player's shopping cart. So the player scrolls through a very long grocery store aisle and can drag and drop items from the shelf to their cart. And there are commands on the side for removing, sorting, and clearing the cart list. And the nice thing about this is that the commands pop up, which helps the player to familiarize with the actual code for these list methods.
Now moving on
Okay.
to our second feature.
The next game will be the sorting game, and the player is able to set the number of entries in the array to sort and the range of the numbers, which range from 0 to whatever natural number you want to set. So let's say we want an array that is size 15, and we want the numbers to range from 0 to 20. So entries will be 15, range will be 20. Generate the random array. Now there are 15 elements. Their numbers are indexed from 0 to 14. That's what computer scientists think. You're able to swap by clicking two different swap buttons. See, swaps, swap, and then the scores are being tracked. Now selection sort. Selection sort mode allows you to visualize how selection sort works. So just click step, step, step. The ones in orange are the elements to swap per each inner loop. And notice that each inner loop takes quite a while to execute. But so they count as hint steps. Fast forward, fast forward. See, it requires like 104 hint steps to do. Let's try generating another one. Let's try a size 16. So size 16. See, now quicksort. Quicksort. Now it has 4 phases. There are partition. So we put the partition to the pivot. Then we move everything less than the partition in one side, and then just step, 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 and then we just partition the other 2 halves to quicksort. See, the ones in pink are known to be in correct order. The ones in gray are those which are not looking at right now. And then, however, we do need like a lot of swaps. So just step, 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 fast forward. Bam! It's sorted. Now look, it took less hint steps to do for quicksort. So it's a better sorting algorithm in general. That's all for the sorting game.
Okay, so our last feature we're going to showcase is our daily challenge. So we can see a prompt where it says write a program that adds all the values in a stack and return the sum. So this question will change every day. And right below, we can enter in whatever text we want to try to make the function. And while we're entering the code, how this works is it'll send a request to our server, which will then send another request to compile the data and return it to us. So here we're just making a function, and the user can test the code as many times as they like by pressing the test button in the bottom left. You should see the output on the right side of the code editor. But if the user wants to submit their code and make sure they got it correct, they have one chance by pressing the submit button. So here we'll see the test, which is none. And then the user gets one chance to submit to see if they can fulfill the challenge, and we'll see here. So on submit, everything passed, which means it was correct. And if the user would want to submit again, they wouldn't be able to because they only get one chance. Here we see a pop-up saying attempt limit reached. And that's it for the daily challenge.
All right.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to the demo. To the slides.
So for our work process, a large part was the use of daily meetings alongside the regular stand-ups, and we held these meetings in a Discord call. Having daily meetings helped us stay organized with our 7 members and allowed us to quickly adapt to changes in the project. We discussed everything from minor progress updates to collaborative troubleshooting sessions that addressed bugs and issues in these meetings. We also used multiple Discord channels on our own server to organize our updates, coordinate between our members, and log our ideas for improving the project. Sprint planning meetings were held at the beginning of each sprint, and a key part of these was that we discussed how to approach features and divide tasks among our team. All of us had unique schedules and workloads for the semester, so it was important to keep one team member's work as independent as possible to other members so we could mitigate the impact on the team's progress if a member became busy or had to deal with something else. We used GitHub for source code control and followed Gitflow for code management. All features were implemented on their own GitHub branches, and towards the end of each sprint, we merged them into a release branch for use in the tutorial demos.
Throughout the semester, we managed our time relatively well in order to complete our tasks and our user stories, but we did run into difficulties and issues along the way. At the beginning of each sprint, based on everyone's work schedule and course schedule, we decided on times to meet for our stand-ups and daily meetings, as you can see here on the slides for Sprint 2. With these set times, certain members would either forget to join the meeting or they would mix up the meeting times. So to avoid such issues, we shared a Google Calendar with everyone so that notifications would be given 10 minutes before the meeting time and everyone would be on time to the meetings. We also ran into the issue of meetings running too long, and to avoid this, we decided to send every one a time step agenda, which you can see here on the slide, of the tasks that we would like to talk about during the meeting, so that we could keep the meeting moving along in a nicely timed fashion. We also ran into the issue of group members not being able to complete certain tasks for their user stories, as they had other coursework to complete and either had trouble understanding new technologies and concepts. So we all helped each other in order to complete those tasks and avoided that issue as well. We also faced the problem of group members not knowing what other group members were completing or had completed. So to avoid this, we shared our screens and did mini demos in our Discord server, and as well as created a text channel named with each person's name, so that each group member could post their individual updates and that everyone could be aware of everyone's progress.
Okay, I'll be talking about the software architect. Dreamcode consists of a server and client design pattern that serves as the front end and the back end of the website. We use HTML and JavaScript as the main coding language, along with React.js to build our front end. The front end is responsible for interacting with users through our games and other features on the website. Most of the code that runs the games and the features are stored in the front end. The front end uses Axios API requests to communicate and share JSON data with the backend. The backend is made with Node.js and follows the Express.js framework. The backend is responsible for managing the user's information and the data that is used by the games and features on the website. The backend uses a PostgreSQL database to store all the data from the user on the website, and our website and database are hosted on Heroku, which allow us to build and run our website from the cloud.
So on top of Heroku, React, and Postgres, other technologies that we used are Bootstrap, Bcrypt, JSON Web Tokens, and React routers. So we used Bootstrap to help with the design of the website, and also because of its ability to make responsiveness easier to integrate. We used Bcrypt to add an extra layer of security to our database, so just in case it would get breached, attackers would have to go through another layer of security just to see our users' passwords. JSON Web Tokens were also added for another layer of security, so you can't access any page on our site without being logged in, and if you were to try to, it would just redirect you to register or log in. React routers were implemented, so we could link all our components together, and also so our site URL reflects which component we're on. Some interesting challenges and software that we ran into was when we were implementing the daily challenges, since we added a Python shell, we had to make sure we weren't introducing a security flaw where attackers could attack our server. So instead of sending the code back to our server and compiling there, we decided to put it to a third-party API where they would compile the code and we would just get the result. this would make our server more safe and less prone to being hacked. Our transition to React was also a bit of a rough ride, where since JS cannot be simply one-to-one copy-pasted into React, so what we had to do was use a function called useEffect and transport our JS code into a module and link it to our components to make sure they work. This is especially a hassle because our games are mostly comprised of JS. Styling was also another issue, where CSS styles are global in React pages. So we would have stylings from one page affecting the other. So we had to make sure our class names were more descriptive, as well as our IDs. Merge conflicts also came up, but we fixed this by addressing every single little change that we would make before pushing to the branch in our group chats. That's it. Thanks for watching. And does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So let's see. How did you guys handle testing? Did you guys have like unit tests for your React components? Did you guys test your backend? Yeah.
For the most part, testing was mostly just done by running the server. So we would access the website and we would try and make the we would try and break the website in any way we could. And if there were errors, then we would check the console, like the Chrome console, to see if there were any logged errors. That's how most of the testing went.
I also game tested the sorting game as well. So basically every step of the sorting game you also print to the console. So in case if there's any errors that happens, then you can actually see it on the console and even on the game itself.
Okay, so I think there's a question in maybe collaborate.
Is there another question?
Yeah, read them out if you want. So Yishuan from Stu's Mansion is asking, so I saw you guys using Heroku. Would you mind to talk about what are its advantages and when would you recommend it?
I would say that we chose Heroku because of it was simple for us to bring our current database to Heroku, and Heroku offered their own database, so it was easy to for us to deploy our app because they had a GitHub integration, so we could simply just deploy directly from the Heroku dashboard. So I would say overall, the main reason was that where we were originally hosting it at first, which was GitHub Pages, that was a static, that could only host static websites. So we needed a way, we need a place to run our server and run all of the Node.js code that goes on in the backend. So Heroku was the first option that we stumbled upon, and we chose it because it was easy to use and it was easy to deploy our website with.
Okay, nice. Okay, one more question. Tianchen from Randomized is asking, how did you guys design the looks of the various components? Did you guys use things like Adobe XD?
Yes, we did use Adobe XD for prototyping our website at the very beginning in the initial phases within Sprint 0 and Sprint 1. I think Giselle can add more to that.
Hello. Okay, so for our games, we prototyped them in Adobe XD, but most of the CSS styling was done by scratch by us, and we also used Bootstrap for some of the components.
Okay, good job, guys. So there is one more question from Ekaterina, but I think we're out of time, so we have to move on. Great job on the project, and round of applause in the chat.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, so next is CSC301 final project. Feel free to start whenever.
All right, just give me one sec. All right, okay, so I guess we are good to go. So I'll begin. Well, hey everyone, we're Team CSC301 Final Project, and the app that we're going to be presenting today is Project Playlist. So first off, we'll start off with our product introduction. So our app is a media player that provides users a space to compose specific music playlists to their liking. Users can log in with Google and switch between accounts as desired. And another feature that we'll be showing is that users can create a number of playlists and they can choose to save them as they see fit. So we'll do a brief team introduction now.
My name is Yekaterina, and I'm a developer who works on a custom video player.
I'm Mark. I'm the API developer, so I worked on some of the views and the integration of the YouTube API.
My name's Myra. I was a developer on this team as well, and I worked on everything related to signing in and out of Google.
Hi, I'm Ruxiao, and I'm just a developer, and I work on the views and save features.
Hi, my name's Syed, and I'm the project manager of the team. So I was responsible for developing features with team members and also providing one-on-one technical support.
So now we will talk about our development process. We will go over project management tools and techniques, standards of communication organization, and challenges to the process. So the project management tools and techniques that we have used, we use GitHub to effectively manage separate features, Jira to delegate tasks and keep feature implementation on track and organized, and we use Discord voice chat for quicker and more organized meetings. And we always make sure to have flexibility regarding our plans so we can quickly adjust based on our velocity. The standards of communication organization for us included consistent stand-up time, so we don't have to waste time deciding when to meet up. Also frequent informal small meetings for clarification and discussions. We organized our discussions in different Discord channels, made summaries for each meeting to refer to later, and each meeting had a purpose and a general outline, making the meetings more organized. We also created a team expectation agreement, which included things that everyone should follow regarding communication, such as the Discord response time. Some of the difficulties that we encountered and were caused by we had different time zones, which made finding time for meeting difficult. We also, when we were delegating tasks, we ended up with some cross-member dependencies, which led to development delays because some people had to wait for someone else to finish. And all group members had reduced velocity due to other obligations such as class projects. And we did not log testing time on Jira, which caused issues with estimated development time.
So now we're going to talk a little bit about the software architecture. So particularly the software design of our application and the technologies we used. So in terms of software design, particularly application design, we decided to build our application under the MVC model view controller architecture, which separates the logic of the application into three major components. These are model components, view components, and controller components. We'll go into some specific interactions. So for the models, we have registered user models and playlist models. We have for the views, the playlist views and profile views. This is where the user can see their playlist and also see their profile information and interact with them.
And the controllers that we had were authentication controllers for member registration and login through Google, and also page controllers for navigation. So I'll speak a little bit about a particular instance of our MVC interactions now. So for the user to actually log in, they would interact with the login view, which then that user action requests the controller through the controller to update the model. If that request went through successfully, the model would then supply this information back to the controller, which can then update the view and take the user to the corresponding appropriate page, which would be the playlist page, the home page. And we had similar sort of interactions for playlist view, playlist controller, and playlist model. So in terms of the technologies we used, we had several frameworks and APIs that we used. So first and foremost, the application is developed on the Flutter framework with underlying code in Dart and C++. We implemented authentication via Firebase. So this is for Google sign in and sign out feature. And we also had a YouTube API and a YouTube plugin, which allowed us to both manage playlists and also give an in-app video player. So that way users weren't redirected to the native YouTube application.
So for technical challenges, we're gonna talk about the challenges we faced and whatever path we took to overcome these challenges. So most of our group members are relatively new to app development, so we kind of have to learn it in order to actually do it. So that's kind of a challenge for us in the beginning. And also we use Flutter for app development. And Flutter is a relatively new, which means that the resource on the internet there is less overall. And whatever resource is on the internet right now can be quickly outdated. So learning Flutter can be a kind of a challenge. We also use Firebase. So one issue we ran into with Firebase is there were situations where we wish to rely on Firebase, but we realized that Firebase was not actually capable of doing what we wanted to do. So we had to have other solutions, come up with other solutions. For Jira, we also run into kind of challenge with it since we're not completely sure how Jira works, although we know like how tracking team progress works as like how that works. We're not really sure how Jira works per se. So for that problem, like especially in the beginning, we're not necessarily tracking our team progress on Jira correctly, but as the development moves on, we learn it and get better overall towards the end. But yeah, that's most of the challenge we face. And now we're going to talk about how we did to overcome it.
Okay, so the most important lesson we learned over the course of this project, definitely I would have to say, was having frequent and open communication with other team members. That was definitely one of the things that helped us overcome challenges and progress the project. Going off of that, having team members with Syed, where we'd work on debugging features together, also helped us move along. And then lastly, as with any other project in CS, we relied on resources such as documentation pages. So for Flutter, Google, YouTube, and then lastly, of course, Stack Overflow.
All right, so I guess now we can hop into our mobile demo. We're gonna demo three main features, which are our custom player widgets, our multiple playlist lists that allow us to navigate between a variety of playlists, not just having one main page, and then mutable profile features through Firebase. You're gonna see a bit of our Firebase implementation here as we log in, and we can begin by signing in with Google. Perfect. So right away, you can tell by our welcome message that we're actually capable of pulling data using Google Firebase. And once we kind of get rid of that dialog, I can walk you through just some of the views before we get started in our features. So this is our main playlist view where we can add all our songs. We have our profile view on the right. And this contains all of our mutable features. And then we also have in our music page, a variety of playlists that we can add through the Add Playlist button. So we'll start by demoing the mutable profile features. We can head into profile right now, and you can see that we have display name, change email, and delete user. We're gonna not demo change email for this just because it'll make it tricky to sign back in, but we can change our display name to some sort of test value. And keep in mind, if you see those kind of bars at the bottom, that we're running this in debug mode and on low RAM, so we might see a couple of minor hiccups throughout running, but it should run perfectly on mobile. But that's our display name. We can also go to our main playlist and demo before we go through our signouts, adding links. So here we pasted in a valid YouTube URL, which will create a custom card widget and pull some metadata from there. We also have a pop-out player function to play our videos. And so yeah, that feature is working, though I'm sure we can't get audio going. So we can clear our playlist and log out if we want to do that. And then you can see that our test value is retained, and we have everything going there in terms of our account information. Then, Said, are we going to delete profile just to show how that works? Perfect. So now we've been had our profile deleted, and when we sign back in with our profile, we should have our default user value, which tells us that we have basically deleted our account in terms of the app and repulled from Google Firebase, which is just a detailed look at those features. We can also talk about link validation. So when we paste in an invalid URL, which we can just create by modifying, you know, yeah, anything strange there, we'll actually be informed that this is not a valid YouTube URL. And then we can go over our final kind of big feature, which is the multiple playlists. So if we pop into music, we can click on, let's say, playlist 1. We can edit the playlist title if we would like to do that. We can add in a URL. And then if we go back to our music, navigate to, let's say, playlist 2. And then go back to music and navigate to playlist 1, you'll see that our data is retained and our playlists are unique. So it was a bit of a detailed look, but that's kind of a look through of our demo and our features. I think with that done, we can open the floor up to some questions.
Cool. Thank you for that, Team CSC301 final project. That was really awesome. I guess we have a few questions from the TAs. I'm just gonna, I see that one in the comments, but I'll just go ahead. So currently with what you've got right now, am I correct in saying that it only works with YouTube?
Yeah, so our initial scope was to shoot for Spotify. That API, just implementing it into our project alone, took a crazy amount of time. I'd say upwards of 17 hours. So we weren't able to get it fully integrated.
Gotcha. So I see a question from Ben. Your sign-in seems to be email dependent. So how would that interact with the user account if one decides to change their email for their account?
I can take this one up. So in terms of email sort of management, it's really managed through like the Google account. So if you were to change the email for your account, it's only going to change it on our end. So like we have the Firebase API, which pulls Google information. And let's say you change the email to like test@gmail. If you were to try and log in with test@gmail.com, you wouldn't actually be able to uh, log in. Like it would pull you as a new user and you would have to go through like the registration page for that. And instead of having like your old profile information, you would have the new profile information because the Google account for test@gmail has a unique ID. But if you were to log in with the original email, you would be able to see on our end that the email change persisted. And this is just to keep email registration and login scalable. So if we were to like implement sort of use Firebase for normal user account registration and management, then we could use that email that we changed to log back in into our system.
Speaking of scalable, I guess because there's no other question in the chat. In terms of supporting, 1,000 users and beyond, does your current system allow for that? And if not, then what could you do to improve it?
Right. So all of the data for the playlist is actually it's saved on the local device. So we could have as many users registered as we wanted. It would just sort of depend on Firebase and how much we could handle for free. I'm not sure if there is a paid service for Firebase or not. I didn't really look into that. But if there's some sort of hard-coded limit for free Firebase usage, then of course you wouldn't be able to exceed that because we're on the free version. But there's absolutely no issue with managing the playlist information because that's all done on the client side.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for that.
Yep, thank you.
Any additional questions from the chat? I know it's the last presentation before, that one that we rescheduled, but, now's your last chance. Get your questions in. All right, I've got one more. So how did your team did your team employ any testing of any sort, like test cases or anything like that?
In terms of maybe we can talk about, I wasn't so involved with Firebase, but absolutely for video validation, there was a ton of testing. In fact, it's one of the first things we managed to implement. Um, so yeah, it was mostly validation in terms of proper YouTube links, making sure that metadata was pulled properly. We even had some test cases for there's a certain kind of flag that uploaders can set on their videos when they don't allow you to share it to external sites and applications. So there was some pretty deep testing just based on the different variables and requirements that come with pulling YouTube data from the API into our app.
All right, awesome. So thank you for your presentation. Everyone in the audience, please, round of applause. Make some noise, as Alir says. Cool. So, if any groups have not gotten their 2 questions in, we do have one at 4. So after this brief 40-minute intermission, we will see you then. Maybe I should put up a slide of some sort.
To see if I still bleed, yeah. And nothing hurts anymore.
All right, cool. So it's now 4 o'clock. Currently I see 4 of your 6 members, so tell them to join.
Yeah, they're just popping in right now.
Okay.
Omar and Arlen are both in our group.
Yeah. Also, Omar is currently in participants. He's one of our group. Okay, there we go.
There you go. All right, and just share screen and whenever you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So, hello and welcome to our CSC301 project presentation. Today, we're going to show you what we have been working on this entire semester. So, our product is an educational game called Recycling Assembly Line that was required by Ignacio, our client, for us to make for his Ready Earth Go application on the Apple App Store and on Google Play. This is a game that is meant to teach you how to recycle your items and show you which items can be recycled. When looking at our competition, we found multiple games that are similar to ours. But for the purpose of this presentation, I'll be using the game called Grow Recycling that was developed by Grow Play Digital to showcase some of our major features that are unique to our product. Our product has a high score system in place to keep track of and store player scores. Our product also has a tutorial level that has been developed to teach players how to play the game. Finally, our product also has a conveyor belt with items on it moving in from left to right that has been developed to control the flow of the game. None of these features exist in Grow Recycling from what I've played and seen. Now that we have gone through that, let's move on to the live demo. Okay. So this is the Ready Earth Go application. And here we have 4 games. Our game is called Recycling Assembly Line. So if I click on it, this is the home page that we have with 3 different buttons, each taking you to a specific page. Currently, the settings page really is kind of empty. It doesn't have anything. We haven't worked on it at all. For the high scores here, you'll see your highest scores, and they'll be refreshed and updated because it's connected to a database. And then if you go into the play game, you have 3 different modes that you can choose from: tutorial, easy mode, and hard mode. Tutorial is meant to teach you how to play the game. Easy mode and hard mode, it's just for playing the game, but the difference is the spawn rates and the speed of the items moving it from left to right would be faster depending on which mode. So if I go into the tutorial, in the game screen, you have a timer, you have the bin, your lives, the conveyor belt, the items moving it from left to right, your score top right, high score, grade, and difficulty, and then the pause button down here. So if I just drag this in, if it's the correct answer or wrong answer, you'll get either flash green or flash red. And because right now we're not playing this game in a specific mode, you're not hearing a sound because there's supposed to be kind of like a sound file that plays when you do a correct answer or a wrong answer. Okay, and now to go back into the other, try the other game modes. So let's say easy mode. The items will move in a bit faster now, and you don't have those alerts to kind of stop you. Pause, it pauses the whole game and then resumes the whole game. And yeah. When you actually run out of lives or when you finish the game, it gives you an option to kind of post your high score if you'd like to. And then if your high score actually exceeds one of the other high scores, it will be presented here. And that's it for the live demo. Thank you. Now that we have gone through the live demo, let's finally introduce the team that is behind this product. So starting with Arsh.
Yeah, hey, I'm Arsh. I worked on most of the backend in the app, and the main focus of mine was getting the game logic down. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Nicholas, and I was responsible for interfacing the backend with the front end, and I was responsible for designing the tutorial and implementing most of it.
Hi, I'm Rohit. I was responsible for making sure the game works with the database and enforcing an MVC structure with the code.
Arlen.
You can just skip to
Is
Saba.
Arlen? Yeah, well, hopefully Arlen unmutes or whatnot. But yeah, hi, my name is Saba, and I was kind of a little bit of everywhere pretty much. So call myself a full stack support essentially.
And yeah, my name is Omar Kazachi. My main contribution to the team involved me being the main presenter for our meetings with Ignacio. And when it came to the product, my main contributions involved implementing and working on all the animations and also styling the HTML with CSS. So now moving on to the process.
So our development process was quite simple, to be honest. Our team communication, most like other groups and including this course, we just simply used Discord. We had our own Discord server for the team. In that server, we had all of the developers that are currently in this group, and we also had a lead developer from the client himself. So Ignacio had an actual developer he was paying, and that was our main communication with the group. The only thing he provided for us were any sort of artworks or assets we required from the client.
Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Oh.
There
Sorry,
he
I
is.
can hear you,
Yeah,
Arlen.
my bad. My mic wasn't set up for BB Collab. So I'll just explain my part real quick. I'm Olin Chaveria. My main contribution to the project was the angle animations and Ionic. Basically the animations from the item moving left to right, and then it being able to be dragged and dropped into the bin. That's all.
Thanks, Arlen. And so for our processes, at the beginning of every sprint, we assigned our user stories that we had developed previously, and at the end of every sprint as well, we did update and or talk about the future user stories we might have. There may have been some instances where we may have had to change some things that are coming up in the future, just the way that development went. We not only had our 5 daily meetings required for the marks, we met every single day, or at least as much as we could. These meetings were around 30 minutes long, just to get as much communication between members as possible and make sure we're all on the same page. For standards, conventions, and techniques, we used GitHub as our source control, that being all of our developer branches and our main branches, et cetera, et cetera. We reviewed our merge requests thoroughly, that being if somebody committed a few hundred lines of code or something, we made sure we looked through it and that there wouldn't be some major conflict or that they were destroying our entire system. And we only pushed when we had permission from the entire group, being when somebody was finished, they made a pull request and they're like, hey guys, so-and-so, I'd like you all to look over my branch and can you please accept or decline my request. And this was all to ensure that we weren't pushing any code to destroy our current code base.
Now moving on to the MVC diagram.
Alrighty, so our program is broken up into 3 files, and inside those 3 files consists of 5 classes, as you can see on the diagram. Not 5, 6, I'm sorry, I can't count. At the top right, we have our recycling assembly line page, which is kind of the main file. It functions as our model, and in there, it's responsible for linking the main menus to the game controller as well as the game. Over to the left, you can see some menu classes. Those are pretty self-explanatory. Main menu handles, should they play the game? Do you want to look at the high score? The difficulty menu just looks at what difficulty the player would like to play at. So tutorial, easy mode, hard mode. In the bottom left, you can see our game view that functions as our main view of the program. that handles any sort of animations, as well as the flash green and flash red functionality. Bottom right, you can see our game controller, which functions as our controller class. That's where the bulk of the code is, which handles any kind of internal game logic, handles the score, lives, grading, that kind of stuff. And then in the bottom of the middle, there's a little class called item model that just contains any kind of relevant information to the items. So for example, we have pieces of cardboard, which should be marked as recyclable, or plastic Ziploc bags, which are considered as garbage. Next slide, please, Omar. Thank you. So these are our CRC cards. Again, pretty straightforward. As you can see, everything kind of depends on the recycling assembly line page. That wasn't our design choice due to the software that we're using. We'll get into that in a second. All of the files were kind of linked to that file, so we just built our entire code base around that fact. So everything depends on that class. And then we can see the responsibilities. So our menu is just responsible for handling the main menu, settings menu, and the difficulty menu. That you can see at the top left is just an abstract class. And then we have the main menu, which just displays the main menu and shows some buttons. The settings menu just shows settings that are currently non-existent in our product. The difficulty menu just shows the buttons so the player can select to choose what difficulty. High score menu shows the high score. The game controller just handles the state of the game. So are they playing it, what menu they're in, that kind of stuff. And of course, the game is just an interface for the player to actually play the game. So pretty straightforward. And then finally, we have the technologies and tools that we used. So first up, we were using a combination of Angular and Node.js. If you don't know what that is, Angular is basically a framework based on TypeScript, which is just JavaScript, but with types for building web applications. Node.js just handles the backend code for our app. So our code is designed for mobile devices, but it's essentially a big web app. And the reason that is because we're using Cordova and Ionic, which allows us to run our JavaScript code natively on iOS, Nokia flip phones, Android. So we can write our code once and then not have to worry about it again. And then we're using VS Code as our IDE to make our code look pretty. And lastly, we have GitHub, which we're just using for version control. That's it.
And a quick interjection, if I may. Like whether that's the technologies that we used, part of what, so we haven't talked about, would be the challenges that we faced. And one of them, which seems to be a common similarity between all the a lot of the other groups, was essentially learning the technologies that we had to, or the client-based groups, was learning the technologies that we had to essentially use, as we were not familiar with Angular, or most of us were not familiar with Angular, Node.js, or Ionic before this. While especially relevant within the first couple of sprints, it also at times caused us to create features that we would later learn could be implemented more effectively, causing some issues when trying to come back and sort of reorganize or fix them.
And that was the presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, awesome job, guys, on the presentation. It was a great live demo as well. I do have a question for myself. What would you guys, I know you guys were, these are all like new technologies that you had to work in. You didn't really have a choice because you were working with the IQ partners. What was the most technically challenging feature to implement for your project?
I think I can say this one. The most difficult feature was actually the animation of the item moving left to right. The animation itself, when we didn't have to interrupt it, was simple, but then having to have it where it can be interacted with, like if we click it, it will pause and then we can drag it. Trying to stop the animation was very tough. It kind of took us a while to understand how animations work on Angular, and we actually even questioned if it was able to even stop an animation, which caused a lot of problems and delay with other people's user stories. throughout the assignment or project.
Cool. Thanks for the answer. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. So, I was just curious about how it's going to be. This is going to be integrated to like an application, right? As one part for a game. So I was just wondering, how does that work exactly? I'm not too knowledgeable about Angular or Ionic.
I could take the answer for this question if no one else wants to. So it's actually quite simple, to be honest. The button that we created on the main menu just links us to another page, and that other page itself has its own backend, front end, etc. That's all handled through the Angular framework. So it's as simple as this page right here would have this recycling assembly line link that will now take us to everything that we've developed. And if we could pull up the code in like VS Code or something, you'll see that each button has its own file that contains every other file. So when Rohit was showing the diagram mentioning that everything depended on the recycling assembly line page file, that's kind of how the framework works. So it takes everything just based off of that one page file, and you build completely around that. And so the main menu just contains a bunch of different files for the different games. And when you interact with that button, it'll take you to that file, which will then build everything else according to it. So it's kind of like puzzle pieces. You know, you take one thing and just slap it on, and it'll work all together.
Cool. Yeah, like a modular kind of design. That's cool.
Yeah.
I guess I'm curious about testing this. Like, is there a way to have automated unit tests for like a game application or?
Yeah, I can take this, I guess. We had considered, like at the very beginning, when we didn't really know the scope of the project, we had like decided that we were definitely going to look into having automated unit and integration testing. But then, like the further we got into the project, the more like it just became evident that it doesn't really seem possible to automate testing. There's like a lot of edge cases where like finding them programmatically is harder than finding them through just like simple QA. Someone sits down, plays through the game a couple times, tries a couple of weird inputs, stuff like that. And that was our main method for identifying like problem areas.
Yeah, like adding on to our essentially like parts that were difficult to figure out were like how newer features that we'd add in would end up interacting with like some of our older features, and how it could it was a lot more complicated once more things were added in, like just trying to again programmatically add or test versus just simple Q&A testing.
Right. Okay. And I guess I had one question about your iCube dynamic. So you mentioned that one of the developers helped you out with assets. I guess as a whole, how was your relationship working with them? Is there anything, were there any blockers there? Were there any things that, you would have liked to improve, etc.?
I can take this question, guys, if no one else wants to. So we actually had a huge roadblock in the beginning. The biggest problem for us was the response time with the iCube client and ourselves as when we were first entering our first sprint. That huge problem being some of the specifics that the client actually just completely failed to mention as a whole. Left a really big hole in our development in the beginning. We weren't entirely sure what the client specifically wanted from us and if we had the tools to develop that in the first place. We even had a little bit of a back and forth with Ilir and the client themselves. We had a little bit of like an email thing going back and forth where Ilir will email the client and the client will respond, because we had like maybe 3-4 day response times for simple questions from the client, and that was just, it wasn't enough for us to get enough information in time to make a solid decision when it came to developing. And I believe it was even in like sprint 2 or maybe sprint 3, what we thought the client had asked us to do, when it came to sit down and show him what we had done. Like currently our game right now has a single recycling bin, if you saw. But the idea that the client gave us in the beginning was, hey, what if we do like garbage, or he never clarified that we shouldn't have done something like garbage and compost. So we ended up developing a garbage bin, a compost bin, and the logic behind the items and all that as well. And then he turned around and was like, hey, I don't think we should be doing the garbage and the compost. I kind of just want the recycling. So we cut all of that out. And that was just a big, huge miscommunication that kind of slapped us a little bit.
Right, yeah, definitely struggle communicating with clients.
I can also add on to that to Nicholas. One thing that that we also had came encounter with wasn't with Ignacio, it was actually with the lead developer of the person with the project, and he actually kind of helped us get started. He kind of told us how to use Ionic a bit and how to like look through the code and how to where we should put our code and stuff, which kind of did help us trying to understand working with their source photo, like their app photo kind of like helped us to show where we should put it, how should we get started, and then how to start the app and all that, which kind of did help us and showed in some time and caused less confusion for us.
I mean, what these guys say about communication, it is entirely true. I mean, they've been, you know, like in contact with the guys from MyCube, you know, like in order to try to solve the problem, to smooth, you know, the communication. But yeah, that's totally true.
But overall, though, we are thankful for an opportunity like this. It was still an interesting experience, to say the least, and it was really educational for us.
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of the techniques we end up grinding towards the third and fourth sprints.
I mean, it absolutely is. I mean, imagine like in a short time, you guys are gonna be like working out there, and like once you are at work, you know, don't expect things to be ideal. I mean, you're gonna have some like roadblocks like that in the real world as well. So this is how the life is basically. So I mean, at school, like you guys are sheltered from many things because but in life, there is no such thing. So I mean, that is not meant to justify IQ people, absolutely not. But this is what usually happens. And like for me, it's also like a learning experience in the sense of in the future, I'll try to clarify things with IQ a little bit more before we get engaged in these kind of projects, and for them it's first time as well. So, and also basically we were contacted by them basically a couple of days before their presentations in second week. So everything was rushed a little bit, and they probably were not very aware of some things, So there was that sort of miscommunication. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say.
Very true.
I think in our case, it was like a special case because we were having to work with like an existing code base, and I think Ignacio had the lead dev for the company Circular Toys had just left, and a new one was being recruited like towards the end of Sprint Zero, so we couldn't get any real specifics on the code base side of things until like very late, which is like unfortunate but kind of unavoidable.
Yeah, that makes it more complicated, so that's true. I mean, yeah.
Any more questions?
If there's no more, I mean, thank you all for listening in, and yeah, that will conclude our presentation.
Cool. Okay, so that was, I guess, the dessert. So we we had a great, a great feast today. Like indeed, I mean, every year I do enjoy these presentations immensely. And this year, I had to think that I had certain, other obligations. I couldn't attend every presentation. I mean, but what can I do? Okay, so thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
So I guess, yeah.